Welcome back to another episode of SoulPrimos. My name is Melvin Diaz.
No, I'm Joe Romero.
And today we kind of have a special episode, don't we?
Yes, we do, man.
It's often widely requested.
Yes.
Probably every single time we hit our primos up and ask them what they want to see. They always say true crime again.
Yes.
And yeah, how do you feel about it?
Listen, man. When I was younger, I had a dream. Some people think my dream was to be a trash man, garbage man.
Yeah.
And that was one of them.
Well, you're garbage, man. Sorry, please go ahead.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Stop. Some people think that I wanted to be a garbage man.
Yes.
Not garbage man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can see the confusion. Yeah.
Yes. Some people wanted to be, thought I wanted to be a paleontologist or thought I could be one.
Yeah.
That you can't really do, like separate into two. You know what I mean? Like garbage, man. Like, you're a garbage, man.
Yeah.
You're a paleontologist.
Yeah, you want to be a tologist.
Or an ologist, yes. People had a lot of dreams they put on me, but for me, I've always wanted to be a detective.
Really?
Yes, and I've said this before. I want to be the guy, like let's say I get a call, like I'm with my wife like at 3 a.m. I'm sleeping right, and then fucking Detective Jacoby calls me, and then he's like, "Hey, Mulholland Drive. They got four dead people. They need us on the job." I'm just like, "Yeah, you're gonna pick me up?" He's like, "Yeah, I got you." Right?
And then your wife is like, "Again?"
"Yeah, I'm sorry, babe. Sorry." I'm like, "Just get it done with. Just solve it." Right?
Yeah.
All right, baby. And I drive up there, and then I get in there. I'm like, "What do we got?"
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, we got 4 homicides. We got a murder. People are dead." And I'm like, "Wow, people are really dead over here."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Yeah."
And you're like, "Are you serious?" You start getting scared. Wait, I thought you were joking. And the other detectives are like, "Joel, come on, you've done this for 20 years."
But then I get myself together, right? I'm like, "Oh, I can't."
And you go, "You see the view?" And you're like,
"This is my city. I gotta protect my city."
"Yeah." There you go. Show me where.
Show me the bodies, right? Yeah. But I don't know the rules, right? They're like, "This is a adult male, 55," and I'm like, "Oh shit, like his shirt." Yeah. And I start ripping his shirt off, and I'm like, "No, you can't really do that."
Yeah, you lift his sweatpants to see what he's working with.
I'm like, "Oh, yeah." I get why he was sought after. He's got a
piece on him.
He's got a piece on him.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Yo, you can't really be touching the body." And I'm like, "Okay, well, you live and you learn, right?" Yeah. But then after a couple tries, I just solved the murder. It turns out I killed him.
Turns out the murderer was me.
Oh shit! I think I did this.
Oh shit! I know the fool did this shit, dog.
Bro. But I always people expected me to be that.
Yeah.
People thought I would be that.
A murderer, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I guess you could say that.
Yeah.
But I didn't turn out. Sometimes, like when people have expectations of you, sometimes you think it's positive, but a lot of times it's negative.
Yeah.
They think you might turn out to be nobody, somebody. Definitely not.
And then you turn out to be nobody.
Nobody. If you catch that reference,
don't leave a comment.
Yeah, we need help.
Yeah.
But what about you? What's your relation to?
Well, before I go into my relation, I think I see exactly what you're talking about, especially with this outfit.
Oh yeah,
you know the hat's very Sherlock Holmesy.
Yeah,
more like Sherlock Homey.
Sherlock
Mexican.
Sure Holmes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sure Holmes. Yeah. And then the outfit's very divorced father, alcoholic that. He's trying to see his kids.
Well, okay, yes, but why am I divorced alcoholic and I lost all my kids, and I have 2 wives and I lost everything? I lost my home. It's because the job takes everything from me. Oh. Because I love this fucking job so much. Yes. And listen, I'm silly too, man.
I mean, yeah, I can tell with the tie.
The tie, it has donuts. Guess what? I'm a pig, bro. I'm a pig.
I don't think you should say that.
Oink oink. I respect cops.
We love cops.
I love cops. But I respect cops. But this outfit, like I knew what you were gonna dress up as.
What?
Or this is not even dressing up. This is, we're detectives. This is our outfits.
Yeah. This is what I usually wear, even when we're not doing a true crime episode.
Yeah, because sometimes if we were detectives together, I would always be like, "Hey, if you call me like, hey, there's a triple homicide, I'm gonna go get you," I would probably be like, "What are you gonna wear?" You know what I mean?
Yeah. If we were partners, yeah. It's like, yo, I'm picking you up. They just called us in at like this grisly murders up in the Hollywood Hills. I'll be at your place in 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I'll be like, okay, well, what are you gonna wear? Are you gonna wear the same thing you wore yesterday?
What? Yeah.
Because everybody wears that too, and I try to stand out when I'm on the crime scene, and what you're doing is kind of blending in, and that's not part of our branding. Yeah. I don't think if you're gonna keep on doing that, if you're gonna have that philosophy, I don't know if I can work with you. This might be a little embarrassing. Like I want people to know who we are. Okay. And people know who I am because of the shit that I wear. Okay. It's kind of like people say, "Oh, it's disrespectful. That's fucking. It's not inappropriate." But I need you to step it up because to be part of my partnership, I need you to fucking be out there. Okay. I need you to express yourselves. Yeah, solving crime is important. Whatever. Yeah, we have a 30% crime solving rate, whatever. Yeah. We're worse in the country. But what I need from you is to fucking wear something that shows that you got balls, man. Personality. Yeah. No, that your outfit has personality. Fuck about how absolutely, you are as a person. Yeah. But I need you to show some personality, man. Because right now you outfit repeating. Yeah, murder is bad. Yeah. But guess what? Guess what's worse, baby? Yeah. Repeating the same fucking Men in Black suit you keep on wearing. Dog. Okay.
Yes. Chief just texted me. There's been 2 more murders since we've been on this fucking phone call.
Okay, what do you want me to do about that? That's gonna happen. You know what shouldn't be happening? What? You were in that goddamn awful outfit.
You would be the worst detective partner.
I don't know. It would take like an hour to get there, and then
you're like tucking it into your shirt as you get out of the car. Dude, where are the victims,
bro? With my Hawaiian, dude. I usually wear Hawaiian shirts when I'm on the crime scene, dude, with the tank top and shit, short shorts. I'm just shadow boxing.
Getting like your skin cells on the fucking crime scene.
Oh yeah, and then putting fingerprints everywhere. Yeah, to kind of fucking
like eating hot Cheetos and shit, leaving fucking Cheeto prints everywhere.
Yeah, just fucking flicking the dust on the fucking bodies and shit.
Oh my gosh.
You know, I like to decontaminate the crime scene.
Okay,
that's my detective style. Is like, is he gonna solve it? Who is he?
Is he going to solve it? He's going to make matters worse.
Yeah, did he do it?
Did he do it? Does he know someone who did it?
Yes, dude. But listen, that being said, true crime is something that we both are very interested in.
Yeah, we even on our downtime, we dibble dabble in the true crime podcasts and YouTube videos and stuff like that. And today, ladies and gentlemen, and cousins and primos, Joel and I have compiled 6 stories, true crimes, that kind of left a mark on us, I think. Yes. I think they impacted us in one way or another. And I hope you guys are ready because some of these are crazy.
Listen, I do want to say, before we get into any of these, some of them they're pretty bad.
Yeah.
And we're not going to...
Yeah. Viewer discretion is advised from this point forward. We respect and are sending love to all the victims involved, all the victims' family involved. And by no means are we making fun of any of this stuff. We're just simply relaying the story and what occurred in these situations. We'll give our points and our thoughts on the matters, but yeah, that's just a disclaimer. This is a disclaimer. Yes. We're not making light of this stuff. But this is the true crime episode.
Yeah.
And the theme, what's this called? True crime.
True crime. And guess what? You can't be a detective. You're, like you said, stress, alcoholic. So we're drinking. Is this real whiskey or fake whiskey, apple juice, or is this a fucking?
I guess we'll never know, or we'll know by the end of the episode by how we speak. Come on, hey, yo, Primos, you know us, dog.
You know how we do out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. And look at this beautiful decanter provided by Joel Brandano himself.
Ooh, listen. This tells you everything you need to know about me.
Yeah.
You might think like, oh, is he dumb? How did he get his job? How did he drive? Can he drive? Does he have a license?
How does he make so much money?
How's he rich? He has like a fucking, he has a big ass house. I match fucking couple houses. Yeah. So, but I like to be transparent. This is a thrift store find, baby.
Exactly.
This is a $2
This
purchase.
Perfectly describes you. Beautiful on the outside, cheap. Foul, cheap, liquid on the inside.
It's also fake it till you make it. Because this is a $2 thing that looks like it's a $120 purchase.
Yeah, and then the whiskey is $18 bottle that looks like a $100 bottle.
Yeah, if you look at the bottle, the actual bottle, you're gonna think like, wow, that's like, top shelf fucking whiskey, right? Yeah. But then you tell me the price, and I'm like, oh, I could never tell the difference.
Shout out to Costco. Hope you guys sponsor us in the future.
Yeah, look at this, guys, right here.
Ooh, y'all hear that?
Here we go.
Oh, ASMR. Hey, Joe. Why don't you pour a drink for our Primos out there, for our cousins out there, guys?
This is to celebrate all you guys. This is episode 20.
This is episode 25.
This 25?
Yeah, this is episode 25.
Really?
We're a quarter to 100 episodes. All thanks to you guys. All thanks to our Primos. We already have a lot yet.
Yeah, technically we already have.
But if you guys are at home, pour something for you guys, smoke something for you guys, or whatever you guys enjoy. Maybe cook up something or something like that, and enjoy the rest of the episode. And
also, if you like the look, when we were part of this other, department. It's called the ECMO department of whatever criminal activity, whatever. When we were there, people love the true crime in that sector, that department. Yes. If you like it when we're doing it here, let us know. We would love to do more. We always want to do it as a special occasion. Yeah. We were planning to make 25th a special occasion. We just didn't even know what. But then we were like, oh, true crime.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Kind of worked itself out. Exactly. So let us know how you feel about this episode. And listen, we love you. And boom. I feel like we're about to end the episode.
And subscribe and and enjoy the rest of the episode.
Yes.
All right, dude. This first crime
I'm scared.
Is chilling because not only of the contents of the crime, but this happened down the street from where you grew up.
Wait, what?
And part of the crime occurred in a city where I currently resided. This happened. Okay, let me paint the picture. 2008, Covina. Have you heard of this story?
No.
It's known as the Covina Murders, or I would probably call it the Santa Claus Murders. Oh. It's grisly, it's chilling, right? So there's this big 45-year-old white man, bro. He goes by the name of Bruce. Big, his friends and colleagues know him as kind of like this friendly, jolly giant, right? He in 2004, he gets introduced to a Latina woman who has two previous kids of the previous marriage, and is looking for a new partner, right? That lady, her brother-in-law introduces her to Big Bruce. They hit it off. Everything seems to be going good. He loves her. She loves him. And 4 years later, their marriage starts deteriorating. He's kind of a narcissist. They always complain about financial matters. And early 2008, he kicks her out of her house. When she's out and about, he packs all her stuff, puts it on the curb. She comes back and she's like, okay, this is it. Our marriage is done. This is it. I'm filing for divorce, right? So they go through like this like really tedious, heartbreaking divorce. And finally it ends in early December, right? 2 weeks before Christmas. The judge says, you have to pay this woman $1,800 a month for her rent. Not only from going forward to this day, but these past fucking 8 months of, during the divorce. So you owe her a lot of money, and she gets to keep the fucking dog, and she gets to keep the wedding ring that you got her, right? Mm-hmm. This infuriates Bruce because Bruce is like, why do I have to pay her rent? She's living with her family. She's not paying rent. So I don't know where she came up with this number, 1,800. I know for a fact she's living with her family, her big-ass family. And he kept saying that. He's like, she got a big-ass family. Because the wife, the ex-wife, has a huge, a traditional Latino family. They're known as the Ortega family, right? They have aunts, uncles, nephews, grandparents, second cousins. You know how like Latino families just have large families, right? So he's just like, why the fuck do I have to pay this rent when she's living with her family? And the judge is like, I don't know, figure it out. So this happens. 2 weeks later, it's Christmas Eve. He was a big, jolly white guy, so he would always dress up as Santa Claus for Christmas for the children. He goes insane, bro. He goes insane. He gets a brand new Santa Claus suit from Party City, right? He knows that they're having a Christmas Eve party, and there's like 30 folks in one house, all celebrating, a family coming together. There's little children. There's, the grandparents that have been married for 50 plus years, the ex-wife, sons-in-laws, brothers-in-laws, daughters-in-laws, sisters-in-laws, everything's at this house, right? He pulls up, opens the door, and guess who answers? This is when it gets crazy. Guess who answers?
Who?
The 8-year-old niece. Opens the door. Santa Claus. Boom, gets shot. Gets shot in the face.
Jesus.
She gets shot right here, right? Everyone's kind of confused, and he just starts going after everyone. He starts shooting everyone that he can see. He's just blowing everyone away, right? Finally, when he believes that he's done the deed, he has a makeshift flamethrower that he created himself, and he starts just flamethrowing the whole house. Apparently, the flames got to like 5 stories high. What witnesses say, right? So he it's crazy because he planned an escape. He had rented a couple cars. He bought a plane ticket to go to Illinois. He took out all his money from his bank. He planned an escape.
Yeah.
He was gonna escape after doing this heinous shit. But while he was burning everything, he got burned too. And he gave himself 3rd-degree burns.
So
he burned his entire body.
Yeah.
His Santa Claus suit melted into his skin. So he escapes, right? He escapes and he's driving to his brother's house in Sylmar, which is 40 miles away from Covina. And he just can't take the pain anymore. He drives to his brother's house and he puts the firearm in his mouth, lets it go.
Oh my God.
Comes out of the back of his head, right?
Yeah.
And it turns out of the 30 people that were in this house, 9 passed away. The rest were injured and psychologically injured as well.
Yeah.
The 80-year-old girl that was the first one to get shot survived. And she's incredible. So she was 8 years old. And now she's like in her early 20s. She's like 21. And she goes around advocating for gun laws. Yeah. And she goes to these schools where they have shootings at.
Yeah.
And she goes and mentors the young students that are there and helps them and does speeches at rallies to like kind of like to let these politicians know that these gun laws have to change.
Yeah.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, man. I mean that's, dude, first of all, how do you even survive just like a gunshot? I think in general, whenever I hear somebody survive like a gunshot to the head, I'm always like, I think everybody always thinks you get shot in the head, you're done, it's over. But how did it go through? Like it just went through her eye or something? Is her face like, did she need surgery for her face, or she looked?
So I heard the 911 call, and the mother was like, she wasn't screaming, but she was surprisingly not screaming, but she was just like, my daughter got shot. She's bleeding on the side of her head. Please come immediately. Yeah. She said that, right? And then I heard the rest, and they're a little bit more frantic, and they're like, they're killing my whole family. Like it's just god awful, right? And the reason why I brought this crime up is because you grew up by Covina. We're by Covina right now, and where he got these guns, he illegally bought them from a gun store that I drive past almost every single day
out there
in the valley.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And it said in the dissertation of the case that he wanted to buy a gun at this gun store, and they were like, well, you have to fill out papers. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. I'll just give you $1,000. Give me a gun. And the owner, the gun clerk was like, okay. So but that store's still up and running to this day. I'm not going to mention the store name, but
did that guy go to jail or something? Get in trouble?
I would hope so.
I figured something like that happened.
I would hope so.
Go to jail. I mean, you for sure you lose your job, but I feel like in a situation like that, dude, what you did cause like fucking 9 people to die.
Yeah,
it's it's super irresponsible.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's so crazy because like in 2008, well, we were in the 8th grade.
Yeah.
We were in 8th grade.
Dude, and that's also nerve-wracking. Like, when you go to a gun, like, people are always like, okay, so if you want to buy a gun, there's certain, like, background checks you should have. There's a certain, like, requirements you should need to... That story makes me think, like, there should be requirements also to work at a fucking place like that. You know what I mean? Where you're fucking given access to fucking these dangerous weapons that can possibly kill a bunch of people. Like that. Like that fool was probably just some. I mean, I don't want to assume, but he was probably just some fool that was like, oh, that was all right. Fuck it, I don't give a fuck.
Well, the FBI or who the clerk?
Yeah, the clerk.
Yeah, the clerk. Yeah, the clerk is like, oh, 1,000. I get to pocket 700. Yeah, say less. You know what I'm saying? Like
not understanding the danger or like the gravity.
Like,
of,
is that a red flag? Is that not the reddest of flags when someone's like, I just want it now. I'll give you whatever you want.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, 1,000. Yeah, exactly, right? Someone just like desperate.
Yeah.
That desperate.
And then like Manai, like he's just this big white guy and stuff like that, murdering an entire Latino family, decimating him from existence like that. That's just absolutely atrocious. And this like, not only of the contents of this case that really struck me, but like, bro, this is our city, you know what I'm saying? Like, and yeah, we were 12, 13 years old when this happened, but like,
our parents, though, like, our parents probably heard about it.
That's what I'm saying, like,
because Covina, I live right next to Covina, so I wonder if my parents ever heard about.
That's why when I heard this, they were like Covina. I was like, no way, it's the Covina that I know.
Yeah.
And then I kept reading, it was like little town, a town Covina in California. I was like, oh, no way. And then I Googled it, and it's just like, dude, this really fucking happened literally a couple miles from here.
That's crazy because, like, I mean, it's like any other city where you don't expect. Like, people always think about this area kind of like rough, and maybe it was in the 90s and shit, but nowadays it's kind of like, it's decent, it's getting nicer. Even though that was like a while back, 2008, you said?
Yeah, 2008. Yeah.
Still, though, like, that kind of shit that shit doesn't happen out here.
Yeah, like, it does. Yeah, it happens like in middle of America, Florida. You know what I mean? But like, it's just the craziest fucking case, bro. It's like, it's insane. And I mean, like the family, you know, they still, like the children. There was children there. Yeah. All the children survived except for a 17-year-old grandson that was upstairs on his computer. He didn't get shot, but officials say that he might have passed because of the fire. Yeah. But other than that, all the children survived, and like the parent, they talk about how they had to send them to special camps to kind of get through this trauma and horrific experience. And I wish the Ortega family nothing but the best, man. That's such a Christmas Eve.
I mean, how do you get over something like that if you're a kid? Fuck, even just being like, I guess as a human, but like especially as a kid.
Well, I mean, one of the ladies, one of like the main ladies, I saw a video of her getting interviewed on Zoom, and I think she was getting interviewed on Zoom, and she's like, obviously she starts breaking down because she's like, I just miss my family so much. That shouldn't have never happened. They didn't deserve that. But she's like, but the biggest thing, like, I can't talk about the tragedy in a sad sense because that just gives more power to this piece of shit. Yeah. That just keeps giving him power even in the afterlife. So what I have to do is remember my family with love. And not only remember my family with love, but do my best to teach this next generation of children how to love. Yeah. And I was like, man, that's so powerful. Like, she's just like, love. She's like, love is the most powerful thing in the universe. And we have to teach these children how to love. Because if we teach them hatred and violence, then what are we doing? What are we doing here? And she's like, we just got to teach them how to love. And she's become kind of like not a motivational speaker, but like a speaker at certain events. And when these families suffer through tragedies, she pulls up and she kind of helps them get through the situation. Yeah, I both her and the little 8-year-old girl that's now in her 20s, like such a powerful, strong, valiant women and people to like take the tragedy and use it for good. Yeah, I thought that was like my biggest takeaway of this case.
What when you hear stuff about that, like cases like that, especially with like mass shootings and murder and stuff like that, I think like when shit like that comes out of it, like people like using that pain to kind of spread like awareness or spread some good, it reminds you how powerful and strong people can be, when dealt with like these extreme circumstances. Because I feel like on a day-to-day basis, like people are going through some shit, but it's maybe it's all about work or about like boyfriend or girlfriend shit, like it's and and you don't really get to see like the extremities of like what can happen to somebody's life. But when you hear stories like that where people are like dealt with like the worst of the worst of the worst, and they kind of they use that pain and they go through and they rise above it, even though they still live with it. Like day to day, I don't think you ever get over something like that. Yeah. But every day, that pain is used for good. That
what you just said always reminds me of the story of Emmett Till and his mother. Mm-hmm. Like what you just said, where it's just like, man, it's so crazy how some of these folks that go through these terrible, terrible atrocities, they just are reborn like a phoenix, and are powerful and use this for the greater good. And even if before the event they were just a regular person, after this, like they become this powerhouse. Yeah. And this isn't one of the cases, but Emmett Till, he's the famous case of during the civil rights movement, he was a young boy. I think he was like 11 or 12, and he was murdered by a group of white men. Yeah. And they put his dead body in the river, and he was almost unrecognizable because of the water. Yeah. And he was wrongfully accused by a white woman, saying that he had whistled at her or something like that. Yeah. And then like 80 years later, turns out that she was lying, and then she recently just passed, and like no one was ever indicted, no one was ever. No one ever got in trouble. It's just it sparked this movement in the South. You know what I mean? It's just a terrible, terrible thing. But thank you. What I bring that up because his mother, and I visited the Emmett Till Memorial in the African American Museum in Washington D.C., and they have a whole exhibit for them. And his mother, who when you see a video of her, it's like she's just so powerful. Like you would think that she's like Martin Luther King, or like she's been fighting for civil rights in front of a microphone her whole life. Yeah. But she's just so well spoken. And when the church was like, when they had the funeral, they were like, we have to close the casket because obviously his body's just. Yeah. She's like, no, leave it open, so the world can see what they did to my boy. Yeah. And she's in speeches, and she's just fighting for what's right and for justice. And I'm just like, whoa, like it's incredible, because before this happened, she was just a mother. She was a regular mother working a job, trying to provide for her boy. But now she's like this powerhouse in front of the microphone, trying to get the world to see the atrocities and the injustice that's going on in this country. Yeah. And I'm like, man, I hope that never happens to anyone. But she just used it as obviously I know she wishes that never happened, but it's so admirable that she's using this pain to. Yeah. Same with Trayvon Martin's father. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
the most recent one that I can remember of something like that, I forgot. Her name is. It's kind of fucked up that I forgot her name. It's the young Latino woman that died.
In the military base.
The military base.
Yes.
And then I should probably just look at her name. Yeah. But she died in the military, and then apparently that military base had a history of the men taking advantage of the woman, of fucking sexual assaults, and like that base just kind of kept everything within that fucking specific. I forgot. I don't know if it was Fort Worth or somewhere in Texas, I believe. Yeah. But her sister kind of like, after that happened, her sister was the one that fucking was trying to pass this bill, and then she became like
Vanessa Guillen.
Let me see. Yeah, Vanessa. Her last name, Vanessa Guillen. I'm sorry if we can't pronounce it.
Vanessa Guillen. Yeah.
Vanessa Guillen. Yeah. So she passed away. She was murdered. Fucking passed away. She was murdered. She was murdered on the military base. And her sister, her whole family was very angry, obviously upset, angry, fucking. They were trying to get a real movement going and change going. But her younger sister, was the one. Her sisters in general, all of them were the ones that before that happened, they were just like loving, beautiful kids. And after that, it's like a piece of them died, obviously, when their sister died, and then they lost all of their innocence, and now they have a new mission, and it was all through like this fucking pain, and they could have used that to break them. and to destroy them and just fucking they can sit in their misery and just be sad, but they chose to be like fucking
they chose to say,
incredibly strong. Yeah.
They chose to be like, give me that fucking mic. I'm gonna let the world know what fucking happened here.
And to use that to fucking create change and fucking spread awareness and fucking make a difference, you know? And they're so young too. They were so fucking young, which is like honestly incredibly inspiring, you know? So it's powerful what people are capable of, man.
Yeah. Like through these atrocities and terrible fucking events, man, we just see the impenetrable will of human beings, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like sometimes, like within the worst, sometimes the worst in people brings out the best. You know what I mean? Like some crazy, nasty, disgusting shit will happen, but then you'll see someone fucking with all this pain and baggage. They fucking fight through it, and they obviously it's stemmed off what happened to them, but they don't want it to happen to anybody else. Yeah. So they try to create change and. You know, they don't let that shit get them down, man.
Yeah, bro. Not to get all cheesy and stuff like that, but it reminds me of like, you know, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah.
He was just like, someone asked him, was like, how can you be so happy when like all like the atrocities are going on in the world and stuff like that? And this is like the 70s, 80s, 90s where all type of shit went down. And he's like, well, my mother, you know, when I was a kid and something terrible happened on TV in the news and we were watching it, well, I would cry and cry because it would just be so awful. And my mother would be like, yes, but when stuff like that happens, don't concentrate on the terrible stuff. Always focus on all the people that are helping. Yeah. There's always, like, when there's bombings or natural disasters and then they show clips of what's going on, there's always people there helping.
Yeah.
There's always people there helping. Focus on that.
Yeah.
Focus on that. And this is what it is. Like, you know, when shit like this happens, bro, like we just gotta focus on the positives.
Yeah.
And there's hardly ever any positives, but like these folks, man, they went through this shit and they came back. Like they're not gonna let that define them.
Yeah.
And I think that's what really resonated with me the most. Not only, yes, this crime happened in our city and just how god awful it is, but how they responded.
Yeah.
And they're Latinos like you and me. Vanessa, the army girl, that passed in the military base, she was Latina, just like you and me. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's what I feel like. And her sisters are Latina, so I feel like that's what kind of like resonates with us the most.
Yeah. 100%.
Primos out there too.
Yeah.
Primos out there, and our non-Latino cousins out there, bro. We love you too.
Yeah, we love everybody.
Yeah. We love everybody.
Doesn't matter if you're Latino or not Latino, but I have mine's really heavy, and it was painful just to even watch, to listen, read, or learn about this case because you know, this involves a young kid, an 8-year-old boy, and forgive me, I don't know all the dates, all the detail. I know most of the detail, but I don't know the dates specifically. But you know, this happened a while ago, where like there was this couple. I never remember the guy's name was like some weird name, but the woman's name was Pearl. And then they called 911 and they said that their kid has slipped in the sink, right? And then that's pretty much it. Like he's on the floor, he's not really responsive. The lady at the 911 operator was like, do CPR, and they're like, okay, I got you. They pull up, they go inside, and then they see the kid, and barely has any clothes on, right? And then they're like, he slipped in a pool? I mean, he slipped and he fell. And they're like, yeah. And then they saw him, right? They saw he was unresponsive, but they saw like all these little marks on their body, on his hands and his neck. But they're like, is he okay? Like, what happened, right? And the dad, this is where like the first red flag. The dad was just like, oh yeah, he's gay. And then the guy was like, what does that do with anything, dog? What does that do with anything, right?
Yeah.
So fucking they just take him to the hospital right away because he's in such terrible condition. And it's so fucked up because every person that was involved in this situation, like when they speak on it, like even the first responders, the EMT, the nurse that handled him, that tried to fucking save his life, they all said this. Like when they talk about this case, they're all like, they can't get through it. It's so, they always talk about how it's a case that kind of like shook their core and fucking fucked them up forever, right? So they go take him to the ambulance and then they try to save him and it passes away. But then they look at his body, right, and they see marks on every single piece on his body. They see fucking strangulation marks, right? They see fucking there's cuts everywhere. There's fucking fucking holes in his leg because it turns out he was shot with a BB gun, right? Mm-hmm. He had so many marks. He had burns on his stomach. He had burns on his penis, and there were signs that someone was trying to cut his penis off, right? There were so many signs. So obviously for the parents, like, you're under arrest. Yeah. And at first it was just for attempted murder and for yada yada, right? So he ended up dying 2 days later in the hospital, right? But then they started looking into this case a little bit more because obviously it just looks like really bad off the start. But they were like, how could this happen? How could this kid be in such bad of a condition? They want to know the backstory, right? So this kid, his name was Gabriel Fernandez, right? And Gabriel Fernandez. This poor kid had a long history of having to deal with these parents who were fucking incredibly toxic, very abusive for years and years and years. And pretty much everybody around him failed this kid, right? From, especially these social workers that were supposed to protect them. They never fucking people. Let me just go back to the beginning to where I want to start, right? Because this kid, for a long time, this family had 60 reports from people surrounding the family about assault towards a kid, assault towards Gabriel. 60 from 2005 to 2012, right? 60 complaints against the parents, and they found out that this kid, Gabriel Fernandez, I just want to keep saying his name, and I don't want to say the parents' name, but man, he was malnourished. He was fucking abused. His parents put him in a cupboard, and they put stuff in his mouth so he wouldn't breathe correctly. They pepper spray him. They fucking they fed him a cat litter. He would complain he's hungry. They fed him cat litter. Right, they treated him like complete utter trash, right? And it's funny because everybody around them would see these signs. The kid went to school, Gabriel, and then the teacher always talked about how every other day he would have a new mark on him. His hands would be fucked up. Sometimes his hair would be completely ripped apart in places. He would have fucking bruise here, a black eye here, ripped this, ripped flesh coming out from everywhere. And then the teacher would always be like, "Hey, what's wrong? It's okay." And then the kid would always be, "No, it's okay." And then sometimes Gabriel would just be like, "Is it normal to bleed when your mom punches you?" Right? He would just ask the most the craziest questions. And then obviously people were starting to get alarmed. And then there was trying to talk to it's weird because they were talking to social workers and they were talking to the sheriffs, but the sheriffs were they were just not interested in doing anything about it for such a long time. And then even to the point where they would go to other places and security from I think it was from this one department. I think they were at a police station for some other reason. Mm-hmm. And then a security that was there, he noticed a kid and he tried to go to a social worker, and then he tried to reach out. He told his bosses, "Hey, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I want to go to the police, to the sheriffs, and say that this kid is going through some crazy trauma because he's beat up every single time." And then everybody would just nah, leave it alone. No, leave it alone. No one wanted to help this fucking kid for some reason. Even the people that were supposed to help him, the social workers, right? They would fake attempts of looking into it, right? They would we looked into it, right? But then, dude, I'm gonna flip this paper right here now. But dude, if I just there was just so much. I looked at the autopsy, not the pictures, but I saw some pictures of just this poor child just repeatedly going over and over. And then the dad was just always he did not like the fact that he was gay at all. That kind of really frustrated him and really made him angry. So it almost gave him, that was his motive pretty much. He found out he was gay and he did not like that at all. And he would just continuously hit him and fucking, they would shoot him with BB guns. They would find any way just to hurt this fucking kid, man. Any single way. And it's sad because obviously that teacher, what I was talking about, he was going to her class, and then after one of the last few assignments before he passed away, it was a Mother's Day, and then the teacher gave everybody a card say what you want about your mom or whatever, right? And then he wrote, it says the prompt is, "My mom is special, ... and you fill in the blank. Gabriel wrote, "My mom is special. She is a loving person, and I love her because she is beautiful." right? And then the teacher took a picture of him like with a smile doing that, but he's all fucking bruised up everywhere. And you know what's fucked up? The teacher took him to like a social worker, right? And then she was like, I need you to help me out taking care of the kid. And the social worker is like, why is his hair all funny? And then the teacher was like, because his hair is getting ripped apart by the parents. So the people that were supposed to protect him, like I said, were just completely fucking letting him down, man. Yeah. And then I felt like, at the end of the day, it's the parents who are responsible for his death. But I feel like there's also a trickle-down effect where there's a lot of people responsible. Yeah. And obviously those social workers, they were charged by the, I think, I forgot about who, not by them, but somebody else. They had charges against them, but then they were dropped after a while just because they were like, hey, you can't really be, like, there's no motive. There's no motive here, right? So fucking Gabriel Fernandez, like, I swear to everybody who had to talk about the case, no matter how little or how much they spent looking or talking to Gabriel, they all were just like talking about how traumatic this experience was, man. And it made me realize that, man, some people do not deserve kids. Some people should not have kids above, first of all, and they don't deserve kids, man. And this kid just wanted to be loved, bro. Just wanted to be loved. He just wanted love from somebody, and then he had a cousin, an uncle who was like gay too, right? And they had like a special bond, but then grandpa was like, I don't think you should be hanging out with your uncle. Probably because of Latino homophobia, right? Yeah. But that was the only person that was ever showing him any type of love and respect and fucking treating him like the beautiful person he is, right? And then they had to be separated away. And then he was, and then I think like some other family wanted to get custody of him. I think the grandparents, but then the parents were like, oh, in the contract or like the papers, it turns out that it was like something was false and the contract or like the paperwork is all fucked up. So the parents got custody back, and I feel like the kid just never had a fucking chance at a real life, at a real good life, man. And it was reading about it and listening to it, it was just so incredibly sad because just like the amount of abuse that one person could possibly take, man, especially a young child who was 8 years old. And, when obviously I fucking have a niece, I have a fucking stepdaughter, and and Gabriel was like 8 years old, and to imagine someone just using this life as like a way to just express any cause pain just for fun, almost like, dude, feeding him fucking cat litter, just hitting him, ripping him apart, fucking burning him, fucking punching him, fucking ripping hair. Almost like it was for fun. And through all of that, the kid was like, I still love my mom. My mom's the most beautiful person in the world. Dude, it's fucking terrible, dude. It's like one of the worst cases I've ever heard. And because it was so like, I mean, I think when it happens to anybody, it's terrible. It's just a child. It's your son. Like, where's the humanity? And I think in all these true crime cases, it's like obviously the lack of humanity. But I think when it's in your own child and where you almost toy with him, you almost toy with his existence. Like, how much can I go? How far can I go with this abuse, right? Like, they would tie him up and in that little cupboard, it was like this big, just fucking tiny. And he would be stuck in there, right? Be pepper sprayed. And then he would be locked in there with like handcuffs, like on the lock, on the handles rather. And, yeah, man, it's a very dark, and it was very, very, very sad, very sad.
Yeah, I know there's a Netflix documentary about him.
Yeah,
and countless videos, and I think if I'm not correct, I think maybe last year, because this case it just blew up.
Yeah. I
think maybe last year someone stabbed the mother in jail.
Oh yes,
in prison. Yeah,
they stabbed her with pearl, and it's annoying because she was like, when one of her last statements was just like, oh, I'm sorry, I wish I made better choices. Yeah, that's pretty much it. She was, my bad, I wish I made better choices, I wish my son was still here. My bad, I'm sorry, right? Which I guess for her, that's the furthest she can go emotionally, but she just shouldn't even say anything, man.
Yeah, I know. I saw a video of the father getting sent to prison too, and I was like, he looks like a fucking. They got to be buried underneath the jail, bro.
Yeah,
like, that's.
And then when they first got tried, they were gonna be tried together, but then she was trying to pull some like, like, oh, I'm insane, yada yada yada. So they're like, all right, let's do the guy separately, and then let's focus on the girl, because they were trying to pull some. You know, I always feel bad like with these lawyers. Like I know that's their job to defend people like that, but I wonder, like, it must be hard. It must be hard. You know, I know that's their job. Like I gotta defend you, and then maybe try to give you like a lesser sentence. But what's the mentality of someone in that position being like, okay, so you beat your child to death, you didn't feed him, you fucking burned him, you try to cut off his penis, you try to fucking, you shot him with a BB gun.
I think at that point, like, I think their mentality, I think I saw an interview once, but their mentality is like basically just going through the motions, and their top priority is like non-death penalty. Give them life. Don't give them death penalty. That's like the only thing that they could actually control at that point. Yeah. When the evidence is just so monumental against their client.
Well, how do you feel about, like, in a situation like that, like the death penalty rather than just a life sentence?
Honestly, I think when you do something crazy, I think the life sentence is worse than a death penalty. And in many cases I've seen online where, like, a lot of these criminals that get indicted, they ask for the death penalty because they're like, fuck it, just kill me. But then they're like, no, that's what you want. We're going to give you a life sentence. Yeah. Like, that's worse, I think, in my opinion. But
you know, for me, I always think that the life sentence isn't as bad, like, as it seems when you first. I think when you first hear it, you first get it. Even when you first hear it, you first, like, maybe you're a guy who's gonna serve life for women, serve life. I feel like at first it's terrible, but I think for sure they just get accustomed to it, and they're like, I eat 3 times. I eat 3 times a day. I'm in this room for fucking.
They got a gym.
I got a gym. I'm in this room for all day, but I can read. I can fucking maybe. I don't know if they can. I don't know how. I don't know. Some jail maybe have TV, some no, but you can read. You can fucking learn. You can fucking learn a skill, and you can fucking work out, and you can do all sorts of things. And then I think that first year is incredibly hard, but once that becomes your life, it's just like you're just like, oh, I'm in jail now. Yeah. And that's Billy over there. That's this person. That's this person. Stay away from these people. There's no sense of like, probably like overwhelming, like as you get like the first week or two, or the first even year. So that's why I'm always like, man, I feel like the death is still like, even though it might be like they don't suffer, but they don't really suffer. I think that they get more chances to fucking eat a good meal, to be full, to feel satisfied, to take a nap.
Like the final meal?
Just like if you're like, if serving a life sentence, you get like, you still get the little things in life. Maybe you don't get like the pub, like you get to explore, live outdoors and whatever, but you still get to enjoy a meal. You still got to take a nap. You still got to stretch. You still got to work out. You still got to do some of the good things, the small good things. You still got to enjoy these small things in life, right? And then and then that becomes your life, and you don't feel the pain anymore. That's why I'm like, man, when depending on how severe the case is, I feel like death penalty is just like, and for me, I don't know, maybe because I'm crazy. But I'm like, why even wait? Like sometimes it's like 8 years, and then they execute them or a while. I'm like, dude, this is what are we waiting for?
Well, I think that goes into like their suffering, like not knowing when it's gonna be. Yeah. Because apparently, like that's what drives a lot of these inmates who are on death row. That's what drives them crazy, like not knowing when it's gonna be.
But do they give them a date? I feel like they give them a date though.
They let them know like the week before or some shit.
Yeah.
A week before, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Or, I will feel bad. I do feel bad for like solitary confinement or something, where it's like all dark. There's no windows. It's one dark room. That stuff kind of is pretty.
That's where they should fucking put these fucking these demons in. That's what they got to put them in, fucking these dark ass rooms for like years and years and years.
I know, right? Because that shit does seem pretty fucking terrifying, and I feel like I wonder how long a sane person can last in those situations. Like someone like us who are pretty sane, I would say so. We last in a room like that, I think a couple of days, it would start to burn.
Yeah, I think a normal person, not too long, I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if you start seeing things, possibly.
Oh, yeah. You start seeing things and hearing shit, yeah. You would have to, yeah. What you called?
But rest in peace, Gabriel Fernandez.
Yes, Gabriel Fernandez. There's a great documentary about him. Not great, but like.
And Netflix did a documentary about him.
Yeah, it's heart wrenching, gut wrenching, and but if you want to know more about Gabriel Fernandez, is it Fernandez? Give that a watch. I saw a couple clips of it. My family watched it, and they were just really, really heartbroken. I remember I got home, and they were just like tears in their eyes.
Yeah.
I was like, "What movie are you guys watching?" And they were like, it's the Gabriel documentary." And I was just like, "Oh, okay."
I can imagine as a parent watching that because I told my girl.
I think it really just like my parents are just really distraught over it.
I told my girl, she was like, "I can't watch that." Like she learned about the case, but she was like, "I can't watch this."
Yeah. Oh no.
And yeah, man, that one was rough. Even watching it, I was just like, "Man, this is fucked up, bro. This is terrible."
It is, and I know when you described that picture of him holding up the Mother's Day thing, that's the picture that they use for like all the news outlets and all the dude, it's just terrible. He looked like such a happy little baby, and 8 years old. That's second, third grade, bro. I can't even I used to tutor second graders. Yeah, when I was a senior in high school. I just can't even imagine. They're little babies. They're like little puppies. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't even imagine doing some horrific stuff.
Imagine, like especially
or like knowing that one of my students is going through that. Yeah. Like, bro.
And at that age, like they're all just like, "Oh, mom, dad, I love you so much." Yeah. And for you to just like
completely betray their trust and love, bro.
Yeah.
Their life sentence is not enough. Their sentence is for eternity, dog.
That's what I'm saying, dog. I don't believe in hell, unfortunately, but
luckily I do.
Yeah,
so they'll be there.
They will be there, hopefully. Yeah. You know, I mean, for sure, because people like that do not deserve life. But
yeah, I mean, we could go. Hey guys, I hope you guys are enjoying.
Listen,
this is tough.
Listen, it was.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think in the past, the cases have been they've been pretty crazy, but they've been a little lighter than these. But trust me, the ones that we have after this are a little lighter. Yeah. A little lighter. Keep, stay strong with us. Yeah. But I think it's important to hear these stories, not only for our personal survival, like your personal survival instincts to be like, never trust anyone too much. Always be looking out for signs and stuff like that.
One last thing, can I say?
Please go ahead.
One last thing. I forgot his name too. I'm a fucking idiot. I should have written it down. We're done. But some guy, a journalist from the LA Times, originally heard about the case of Gabriel Fernandez, right? Heard about what happened to him. And he thought it was a little fishy, right? He was like, that's strange, right? Yeah. And the reason this case became so big because he published an article and he dug deep. He did some like investigative journalism on this specific case, right? Yes. And that's the reason it became so fucking big. But it's also like I was hearing other people talk about it, and they were just like, how many other cases are like this that don't have the luxury of being like put on the public eye like this? How many other cases are going to happen like this where everybody kind of like fails a child and nobody wants to support or help, or people try to help, but the system or the people that are supposed to be protecting this child are like, I don't know. Like one of them was like one of the social workers, like they were like, "Oh, we close in 15 minutes, dog. Like, maybe come another time." Like they were just like that. They were just so like nonchalant. Like, "Oh, we close." It's like when you go to a fucking restaurant, and then the workers are like,
yeah, or you go to a supermarket.
Yeah, they're like, what are you gonna get? We're closing. We're 10 minutes, dog. At the social worker, someone was like, crazy, this child is being abused in every single possible way. Can you help? And she's like, "Oh, dude, we're closing soon, bro."
They better all be fired, dog.
They weren't.
So you were saying the reporter?
Yes, but it's just like it's great that this case obviously that people were able to. This story was able to be told, so we can like look out for other people they need, and we're gonna help out other children, right? But it's like it's just a shame that, it's like you wish this doesn't happen to anybody, to any child, but it's just so sad that shit like this can happen to so many more, and they would never get it would just kind of go under the rug. It would just keep on happening and happening, because not everybody, not every case, not every fucking family will get this attention, will get this fucking sort of or just attention in general, right?
Yeah.
And luckily this one was able to be fucking put out there, and it's so fucking terrible, and it's just sad, man. It's just sad. If you don't fucking want a kid, don't have a kid, dog.
Don't have a kid.
If you're not ready to love a child, do not have a child.
Pro-choice.
Yes.
Pro-choice. That's why being pro-choice is so important, because a lot of these fucking terrible human beings.
You get shit like this, bro.
Yeah, you get shit like this because they're like, oh, they have like this like false sense of morality and principle, and be like, well, I'm a Christian. That's bad against the face of God.
Yeah.
But then they go ahead and do this shit because, one, they're not fit to be parents or friends or human beings, and two, they hate their little baby because they think that he's gay.
Yeah, they think that he's gay. And if he was, he's 8. Who gives a fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Like, look, that's why all these people who are like pro-life, no, pro-choice for cases like this, or any fucking woman that doesn't want to be pregnant.
Yeah,
that's what the fucking that's the thing, bro. Like,
yeah.
And I know we have some primos out in red states, man, but like, that Joel and I believe in pro-choice, so
100%.
Yeah. But should we go on the next case?
Yes.
So this next case is a little lighter, and I hope you guys are still enjoying this episode because it's important to, like I was saying, it's important to hear these stories, to just be well-rounded, have a well-rounded vision and view of the world, because the world is beautiful, but shit like this occurs.
But it helps you appreciate just the good in life, because you know how bad. Whenever true crime is such a huge thing in general in pop culture. Like everybody loves, especially like the white woman love true crime. Everybody loves true crime in general, And some people are deeper into it than others. Yeah. And then if you're deep into it, other people are like, "What's wrong with you? Are you good? Are you alright? Are you fucking weird?" But I think. I don't know. You learn about different people and different experiences and how bad some things can get, and there's like a certain appreciation for just life in general. Yeah. Because you see how bad things can get with people, with family members. A lot of these times, it's family members, like boyfriends, girlfriends. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
And I think like part of the reason why you and I kind of aren't really into it is because like we grew up in neighborhoods where this shit happened all the time. Yeah. I feel like maybe if you grew up in the suburbs or a nice neighborhood where there's no crime, I feel like maybe you would be into true crime a little bit more, just for knowledge and to see what the world really is about. Yeah. Like with me, I'm not really that into true crime because it's just like I've already seen a bunch of shit. Like I don't want to I don't want to watch it while I'm eating dinner. Or listen to it before I go to sleep. Yeah. But I know a lot of people. I get the appeal, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I get the appeal. For just me personally, I'm not really that into it. Obviously, like movies and documentaries, yeah, of course, because that's an art form. But like, I think true crime. I don't know. How do you feel about true crime?
True crime. Sometimes now, as I'm older, it's a little mixed. I think when I was younger, I was exposed, not even just in my neighborhood, but like my father exposed me to a lot of shit that maybe you shouldn't expose to your child when you were young. Like, and I'm not trying to talk down him. I'm just saying, like, when I was younger, he's from Culiacan, Sinaloa. He'd always Mexico. He'd always want to know what's going on in the newspaper. He would make me look up like the crime section of the newspaper. So there was always like pictures of people being shot on the floor with the cartel videos. So when I was younger, it almost like desensitized me a little bit, I feel, to watching shit like this, right? Because I was like, I must have been like 10 or 11, like on Yahoo, just being like, my dad's like, "Hey, cabrón, ¿qué está pasando?" Right? And I'm just fucking like, and then he'll see somebody like fucking on the floor, right, with the AK, and he's like, "Yeah, lo que pasó con ese cabrón?" Fucking, make the picture bigger, and I'm just like there with him. So it kind of desensitized me a little bit, but. So now when I watch true crime, it's different because like I found some YouTube channels that go into these cases, but it's not about like the actual gore or anything. It's just like, how were the detectives able to get this confession out of the this interrogation? What techniques were they using to get this the fucking suspect to feel comfortable How do they use anxiety against them? What techniques do they let them? Do they just stay quiet and let them just blur out a bullshit fucking story, and then they come in with evidence that they actually have that kind of shatters their whole story in half, and then they have to watch the fucking suspect kind of reform another. It's like, that's now what I'm interested in.
I will say, when you get a couple good detectives, or like a really just brilliant detective, or a partner detectives, dual detectives, when you watch a brilliant motherfucking detective just take apart a suspect, using charm, charisma,
it's incredible,
intellect, strategy, techniques, where the chair is placed in the room. It's like watching a painter paint.
Yeah, bro.
It's like watching an architect design, bro.
It's like the door. Let's say the door is out here, right?
Yeah.
You sit here first.
Yeah.
I come in. I'm like, hey, do you mind if we just switch seats real quick? Right? And it's like these subtle, it's like, now you got to get out, you got to get through me, baby.
It's so crazy.
These subtle psychological tricks that they play.
And you know what impresses me the most is, like, they don't look like Law and Order detectives, like, buff actors. Dude, they look like regular folks.
No, they're scrawny, they're all balding.
Some are balding, scrawny, some are big and chubby.
Yeah.
Some are, there's women ones, and some women are skinny, some women are pretty, some women are bigger gals, some women are like older gals, some guys are old, some guys are young.
Yeah.
And they're just like wearing collared shirts. They look like a father getting ready to pick up their son from soccer practice. And they're just absolute assassins when it comes to detective work.
It's one of the most exhilarating things like you can possibly watch.
It's incredible.
And like I said, it's not about like, it's not about the fucking gore, the violence. It's about what these detectives are doing, because when I watch, like, there's these channels, like, shout out Jim Can't Swim. It's still on YouTube, but they get demonetized, so they haven't been posting. Explore With Us is one of them.
Oh yeah,
Explore, that's another good one. There's one with the Irish guy. That chapter, that was good too. But Jim Can't Swim is like the godfather of the criminal psychology, with using interrogation to fucking analyze the case. I forgot my train of thought right now. What was I saying?
Oh, you're saying like the brilliance is, the joy of watching this is seeing the detectives kind of just like break it down and be like an artist, and the YouTube channels that you watch. It's not necessarily about gore.
Damn, I forgot my fucking train of thought.
I just said everything you said.
I forgot my fucking train of thought right now, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
I was saying that it's brilliant, that it's beautiful. Damn, dude. Damn, I fucking forgot right now.
We can come back to it.
Yeah, we'll go back to it.
We'll come back to it. But yeah, that's kind of like our viewpoints, is that, we're mostly into not the terrible aspects of it, but the brilliance of detectives and the exhilaration of solving the mystery. I think that's our favorite thing.
Yeah, solving the mystery, man, because and
speaking about solving a mystery, this is one that hasn't been solved yet. This is one that hasn't been solved yet. And it's not murder or gore or anything. So Los Angeles is a very large city.
Yeah.
There's an area called the San Fernando Valley, because it's a valley. It's surrounded by mountains and hills, and it gets really hot. And Joel and I are very close to that, very close to this area. And this past Easter, so I don't know if you're aware of money storage facilities. Mm-mm. And for those of you in America, any city, there are money storage facilities, right? They're unmarked buildings that are super highly secured with cameras and the mechanisms that don't allow people that aren't supposed to come in, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? They're called money storage facilities. So whenever you go into a city and you see stores and restaurants and stuff like that, and you know how there's tax, like, oh, this costs $10 plus tax, it comes out to $12. Those extra $2 get sent to the money storage facility, where it gets counted, it gets written down, and then it gets sent to the U.S. government. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. So there's millions of dollars at each facility like this, because it's of all the local businesses and things like that, right? Tell me why this past Easter Sunday, April April 2024. Do you remember what you were doing Easter Sunday?
Easter Sunday. What the fuck was that? No, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Nothing.
I was just chilling. I was eating at home, watching a movie. I was just chilling, right?
Yes, sir.
It was a Sunday. A group of thieves broke in and stole $30 million.
30.
This happened. It happened like 15 miles from my house.
You say 30,000. 30
fucking
million.
Holy and for those of you who do not fucking know, if the $30 million was in just hundreds, no 50s, 20s, $10 bills, if it was just hundreds, right? It would weigh close to 1,000 pounds. Let's say it was in ones, $1 bills. It would be close to 30,000 pounds.
Jesus fucking Christ.
They stole that shit, whether it was in hundreds or ones. It was probably a mix.
Yeah.
So it was probably like 10,000 pounds.
Yeah.
They haven't caught who did it yet.
What?
They suspect it was an inside job, obviously.
Wait.
But they haven't caught who did it. And apparently they drilled from the rooftop. How they got to the rooftop, they don't know. Because all the cameras around the building, they don't show anyone climbing out to the rooftop.
Get the fuck out of here.
So they drilled from the rooftop, got inside, did their thing, packed everything up, drilled through a concrete wall on the side of the building, and got out.
Cameras show that?
Cameras don't show that.
Dude, you know in movies where they see like a fucking camera and then they do some shit where it just shows like a static image?
Yes. Part of that. It's part of that. Without a doubt.
Sons of bitches.
They get into unmarked vehicles and they drive away. Now the FBI's on this fucking case, not just local Los Angeles Police Department. The FBI's on this case. They were asking local homes, because every house has cameras now.
Yeah.
Every restaurant has cameras now. Every ATM has cameras now.
Yes.
Every 7-Eleven has cameras now. They cannot find the car or the perps yet. This is April. This is literally 3 months and they have no leads whatsoever, right?
Jesus.
And I was watching a video about the reporter that broke the story was interviewing a bank robber from the 80s that robbed more than 30 banks. And then he got caught and he did 10 years in prison. And now he has a podcast. I think it's called like The Big Bust or The Big...
Yeah.
Something like that. He has a podcast. And he talks about bank robberies and stuff like that. And he has like lectures and stuff like that. His hypothesis, his theory, yes. Oh, yes, please. His theory is that one of the thieves, is an Uber driver.
Uber driver, really?
That's the only way to explain how they got away. And then his theory is that they're not going to spend $1 of that fortune because they can easily track the money that was stolen. So they're going to spend that money come 6 months, maybe a year after Easter Sunday. So FBI has no fucking leads, bro.
Hey,
this is the largest money heist in American history. Happened fucking couple miles from here, bro.
$30 million fucking dollars.
$30 million.
Holy shit, dude. So how many guys was it in total?
No one knows.
No one knows.
No one even knows if it's men or women.
So there's no footage of them pulling up, walking in. Oh, I mean,
that's why they suspect it's an inside job.
Tell,
that's why they suspect it's an inside job. And it was Easter Sunday, and like the ex bank robber, he's just like, yeah, most events like this happen on holidays because guess what? Everything's closed, and guess what? Everyone's at home.
Some bitches, dude. That's interesting. That's very, but. $30 million.
30 mil, dog.
And these guys, wow. I feel like something like that, at least 5 guys it takes. Oh. At least 5 motherfuckers.
I mean,
actually, I've never robbed a bank.
Ocean's 11, it took 11 of them motherfuckers, dog. Ocean's 11,
hey,
Ocean's
okay.
12.
30 million divided by 11. What is that? That's like fucking...
30 million divided by 11 is like a little bit under 3 million each.
Ooh, hey, I'll still take that, baby. I'll still take that. I doubt I took 11. Now I'm thinking like 5, That's like fucking 6 million each, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude. And
cash.
Oh my gosh, bro. You know, it's so strange. How does, some of these cameras, you know what's weird about security cameras? Which I get also. They're also fucking shitty. They're also terrible.
Yeah.
And you think now, like, dude, GoPros are like fucking 4K, yada, yada, yada. But I get, like,
it's about the storage.
They got to send a signal. They got to hold that. But it's like, can someone fix that? Yeah. Can someone fucking find a way to fucking invent a way where you can store 4K footage and not be so goddamn fucking heavy file sizes?
I think eventually we'll get to that.
Right?
Yeah, eventually we'll get to that.
But if, dude, I always think that when I see that shit in the movies, when they put like a frame and then it just stays there, and then the security guard just like, and he just sees like the same frame over and over again, doesn't see anything happening.
Yeah.
I always think it's fucking bullshit, right? But it's like, but then I don't know, bro. It's like you have to know how security cameras work. You obviously must be working in some sort of like place where.
Well, back then, in like 70s, 80s, 90s, even early 2000s, security tapes were in VHSs.
This took place in the.
This took place this year.
Oh,
I'm saying like VHSs and stuff like that, and then like certain people they would retape.
Sons of bitches, yeah.
Yeah, they would retape it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And while this, I mean, I can only imagine having that much money, bro. Like it would have to be like a Wi-Fi camera system or something
like
a
live feed.
Like a live feed, and like they must have had a hacker. They must have had a little hacker.
But I wonder how that. I wish I knew how that fucking works, because it must be shooting through like this the main console. There's like 5 other fucking images. There's like a bunch of fucking camera showing up on screen.
But like what they did, bro, like they not only did they have to carry the heavy weight of the money, but the tools that they used to break in, they didn't leave any of the tools. And then, like, how do they?
What, no witnesses? No nothing?
No, nothing, bro. That's what people suspect a inside job. And I guess they're being questioned and stuff right now. But yeah, bro. I mean, there's no way you do this and you don't have an insider.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Speaking of bank heists. The only bank robbery that I know that now besides this one, there's one. Do you know which one?
The North Hollywood one?
North Hollywood shootout, bro.
Yeah. Is that one of your cases?
No, but it reminded me of the North Hollywood shootout.
I'm very, very knowledgeable about this North Hollywood one, yes.
The North Hollywood fucking shootout. Now, you're probably more knowledgeable about it than me, but I just remember the first time I ever saw something gnarly, and I wasn't born at all, but I'm just saying my parents showed me, right? Like, oh, this fucking happened. I think it was even, it was like, because it was so close. Like I lived around LA my whole life, and I'm pretty sure you did as well, right? Yeah. So seeing that, I'm like, because I think at that point I'd have seen 9/11, but that was in New York, right?
Yeah.
But the first thing that I was like, around me, was the North Hollywood shootout, and that shit was wild. Those dudes with the fucking vest with the fucking AK-47. I don't know if like. They were even. I don't know if like beforehand how successful they were as bank robbers, but dude, those guys were fucking maniacs. But anybody, the bank. I don't know if that's even a thing anymore. I know that just happened recently, but like I feel like back then bank robbers were such a bigger thing.
Oh yeah.
And now obviously it's like I feel like way harder. Just like anything, any crime is like way harder now.
I mean, if we want to talk about that, dude, it's like so they were. They were 2 immigrant men, right? One was like from Europe. I think the other one was Latino, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. One was European?
Yeah, I think so.
European and Latino, that's interesting.
Yeah. And they met at a gym working out.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Really?
Yeah, this was in the early 90s. And they met at a gym and they hit it off really well, right? They both hated their parents. They both hated authority. They both wanted to get ahead in life. They both didn't give a fuck about stealing. And they would get together and they would hang out, drink, and they would watch heist movies together.
Oh, gosh. Would they watch Heat or something?
They would watch Heat. They would watch all these movies, right? These from the 50s, 60s, to the 70s to the 80s. They would watch Scarface, stuff like that.
Yeah.
To the point that when they decided to start stealing for real from banks, they would there was a movie, I forget the name, but in the movie, the main characters would sew a watch. They would take the bands off and just keep the watch head.
Yeah.
And they would sew it onto their gloves. That way, while they were doing the heist, they would look in the gloves and they would see how much time they have. And they, basically the golden time was 8 minutes or less.
Yeah.
Because in 8 minutes, if someone presses the button, on average, you have 8 minutes before the cops get there.
Yeah.
So that's what they did. They would fucking glue these watches, these stopwatches on their gloves.
Yeah.
Right? And they stole from several banks. They were pretty successful from several banks, right? And then obviously, like the public was on the lookout for these bank robbers. Come the day of the North Hollywood Bank, they suit up. It's early in the morning. It's probably like 10 a.m. They specifically built custom bulletproof body armor. Not only the bulletproof vest, but bulletproof kneecaps, bulletproof thighs, shins, and bulletproof helmets.
Yeah.
Like, they were indestructible. They were like Iron Man, both of them. And what they would do, it was they would take a special drug that would, I forget the name of the drug, but it would heighten their senses and it would get their adrenaline pumping. So that means they wouldn't feel pain if they got shot.
They're
or
gonna
hurt.
shot and like fucking
Or hurt. Exactly.
The boom.
Exactly, because even if you have a bulletproof vest, guys, at home,
still hurts.
it still fucking hurts. It still takes the wind. It's like if Mike Tyson just socked in the ribs,
Yeah.
but you don't die. You know what I mean? Like, the bullet doesn't kill you, but it feels like you get socked in the ribs.
And you can still like break a rib. You can still be in pain. You can still hurt yourself really bad. But
very, very
But
badly.
you also,
You'll still be alive.
Yeah, you'll still be alive, yeah.
So they would take these drugs, right? And they would have special Japanese guns that had like 80 rounds each.
Yeah,
like
they
were
was
just
extended
customized.
thick ass mags.
Yeah, extended mags from Japan that would allow, instead of like 20 rounds, it would allow them 100. And they would make all their guns automatic, so they would customize them. Bro, they were just these powerhouse, like just crazy, just insane, ready to crash out at any minute, right? And everything was going to plan, but as soon as they get into, it's like something out of a movie or story, bro. As soon as they get out of the car to walk into the bank, a cop is driving past them, not realizing what's going on in that moment. Because usually they have 8 minutes, right?
Yeah.
As soon as they walk into the bank and they hear people screaming, the cop is driving past and was like, what the fuck? Busts a U-turn, fucking goes into the parking lot, see what's going on, and realizes these are the guys, calls for backup. Everyone, a bunch of cops pull up, but they don't realize that at the time, all these cops only had handguns.
Yes.
They only had handguns, while these two maniacs had just these
armor piercing fucking
just insane caliber of guns and firearms, right? So they start realizing that they're surrounded, so they're like, fuck it. We got the money, we'll fucking shoot our way out of this shit, dog.
Yeah.
So they just come out and just start fucking ripping these cops apart, man. And they eventually, I think they get a couple cops, right?
I don't know if they killed a couple cops, but they definitely hit a couple
They wounded
cops.
They wounded a
good amount of
bunch
cops.
And they wounded many, many cops. And finally,
and also, just to add to that before you move on, just the stories of the people that live nearby.
Oh, yeah.
Of them being like, oh, I was in my house chilling, and then fucking vroom, 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 ducking down with their family, putting their head down. Like, these bullets were fucking armor piercing.
Bro, there's a story of a salon across the street that, like, all the salon windows were blown out by bullets.
Yeah.
To the point where this cop was laying there bleeding to death, and one of the salon members went out, risked their lives, grabbed the cop, brought him back into the salon, dude.
What we were saying earlier.
Exactly.
When these fucking crazy shit happens, the human spirit prevails. These fucking brave ass, beautiful people.
You just said it right there. When crazy fucking shit happens, the fucking human fucking spirit prevails, dog.
Yeah.
Right there. Salute to that.
Salute, homie.
The human spirit will always prevail, boys and girls.
But yeah, man, fucking those bullets were so powerful. They would shoot through the car, go through a fucking house, and then go through another house. Yes. They're so fucking, they're huge and fucking bam.
And it's like, and it was happening, and finally, by the grace of God, the SWAT team comes.
Yeah.
So the big boys come out.
Yeah.
The big boys who also have high caliber weapons, who also have special suits, body armor. They pull up. They take care of the situation.
Yeah. It's crazy because, like, I know the first fool, I know he died next to, like, some bushes. He was, like, shooting. He fucking gun jammed, brought the pistol out. Yeah. Boom, got sniped, right? Got stopped in the fucking head. This other guy, he was driving, got out of the fucking car. He's shooting. These cops go underneath the car. They shoot him in the foot.
Oh, yes.
Right? And then he gets arrested, right? Yeah. He gets arrested. I'm pretty sure you get life.
Well, he died as well.
Oh, he died as well?
Yeah,
really?
So, like, they don't know what happened. There's a video. There's, like, a chopper video, helicopter video. He grabs a gun, and he's, like, finagling with it. Obviously, he's, like, losing a lot of blood. He's shot several times, but he's still trying to limp away. And the video, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if you could find it online now because, the internet's been getting cleaned down by videos of it like this.
Are you talking about the guy that possibly shot himself?
Yeah. So people don't know if he unalived himself
or somebody else
or someone else because you just see him go like this and then just smoke goes. Smoke does that and he falls.
I forgot about that. He was next to some bushes between a car and bushes and the sidewalk. He was just like,
Yeah, so they don't know if it was the police sniper or they don't know if he just was like, all right, this is it. This is the end of my line. Bink. Interesting. And but that changed the laws here in Los Angeles and probably in other cities as well. But now when you see a cop, obviously they come in partners. They come in two, and they both have their weapons on their holsters in the waist. But in their vehicle, in their cop car, they always have a very large, high caliber weapon in the middle of the seat consoles because of this botched bank robbery in the 90s in North Hollywood.
You know, it is strange. Now that kind of feels like common sense. Like, why don't you have a more powerful weapon on you? Like, you're a police officer. You're supposed to protect. You should have a lot of firepower in your vehicle. But I mean, I guess at that point maybe they weren't used to fucking some like.
That reminds me of what you just said. It seems like common sense. You know, the OSHA rules. When you work in construction, there's these OSHA rules of like, not when you work in personal like small construction, but when you work in like city construction, like you see these workers working on the freeway or working on skyscrapers. There's this thing called OSHA rules, and every now and then a supervisor comes and he's like, "You can't do that. You're in trouble. You can't do that. You're in trouble." And it's just like everyone. It upsets a lot of people. And I was reading somewhere, someone left a comment was like, "Oh, because the supervisor was like, you can't do that. Get out of there." And the worker's like, "What the fuck? I've been working for 7 hours." He's like, and the supervisor's like, "Get out." And he gets out. 10 seconds later, the ditch that they were making collapses. And then the supervisor was so chill. He was like, "You see? This is why we have rules implemented." And the worker's like, and then someone left a comment like, "I've been working construction for 30 years. OSHA rules are written in blood."
Ooh.
There's a reason why these rules are there.
Yes,
they're written in blood. The blood of poor souls.
Yes.
Like you say, like it seems like common sense. Why shouldn't cops have at least one high caliber machine in their vehicle?
Yeah.
It's written in blood.
Written in fucking blood.
It's written in blood. These rules are written in blood. These rules are here for a fucking reason.
Jesus Christ. I can't imagine like the fucking, at least with the regular fucking patrol officers or police officers having to fucking fight back with just fucking.
Oh yeah, the other reasons why they changed. Yeah, the one reason why they changed they even changed the cop cars after that, because before this in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even the 90s, when some shit like this happened, the cop would open their door and they would use it as a shield. Yeah. But with these bullets, it would just go right through it. Right through. And this is why they changed the cop cars as well, bro. I'm telling you, bro, it changed. It was the silver lining is that it made the police enforcement safer.
You know what? This a couple of weeks ago, this made me think about like, and this might be also off topic, dark rare also, but I was I was watching like 9/11 videos, and I feel like, my girl's always like, why do you watch that shit, right? And for me, I'm always like, bro, I can't even believe this happened still.
Yeah,
I can't believe this is real.
Yeah.
Like I watched all the footage and I know it happened. I'm seeing it happen. But I just can't fucking believe it, right? And a part of me, this is like, I'm just thinking like, how were airports before? How were airports? Because I was reading somewhere that like hijackings back in the day, they happened a good amount of times, but it wasn't like to kill. It was like, I actually want to go. I have to go over here.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to go this way.
It would be for like, give me $1 million.
Yeah, but it's also like, I actually have to go this way, so I'm gonna hijack the plane to get over here. So I'm gonna safely land the fucking plane and get to my destination. Y'all can do whatever you fucking want after that, right? So they hijack it for just like they gotta go somewhere else, right? It wasn't to just fucking send themselves into a fucking a building or anything. And just before that, it's like, how was airport security? How was, when you go in there now, you gotta, I know you gotta take off your shoe because there was a bomb. That was a bomb threat. There was a bomb within someone's shoes. And how are airport security? Because like airport security is pretty intense now. Like you gotta, but it's not even that crazy. You just put your backpack in there, put everything in there. I wonder how airports were, or how security in general was before 9/11.
Oh, it was apparently it was like you just walk to the gate.
Crazy.
Or if you had a loved one that you were walking to the airport, you could just walk them right to the airplane.
Wild.
And kiss them and say bye to them and hug them right before they hop on the plane.
That's wild.
And like you could before back then you could smoke in the plane and stuff like that. And like I hear these stories of like all this shit, bro. And like you say, like the TSA, what's going on right now, it's not crazy. It's annoying.
Yeah.
But it's not. They're not like stripping you down.
Yeah, it's not
in
crazy.
Your asshole.
Yeah.
Looking in your mouth and shit like that. But but that bro, like I get it. it. So like, dog, this is. I get it. You understand it.
Yeah.
Like the rules are written.
And
in
motherfuckers
blood.
that complain, because I'm in an airport like very often.
Dog,
right?
I'll say this: Joel is fucking at an airport on average
almost every
once a week.
Yeah, once a week. We're not even joking.
And when I say once, that means twice because when you come back.
Yeah.
Twice a week.
Sometimes it's multiple cities in a weekend, right? So on average, once a week. And that's no exaggeration. Sometimes people were like, I gotta take off my shirt, like this is bullshit. I'm like, motherfucker. Is it that bad?
Bro, just do it.
Just do it, bro. We're trying to make sure everybody is safe here. We're trying to make sure nobody has a fucking bomb or nobody has a knife within their sweater. We're just trying to be safe, dog.
Yeah,
people still complain
100%.
when you know why these rules are implemented in the first place. Dog. Everybody knows 9/11. Everybody knows why shit is so strict at the airport. Everybody knows why. 9/11, dog. Everybody knows it.
Everybody.
Even if you're young. Even if you're a fucking post 9/11.
Even if you're not in America.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
You know 9/11. You know what happened. If you're at the airport, stop bitching.
Yeah.
Oh, why do I gotta check it? You don't want to. We don't want 9/11.
Yeah, 9/11.
Jesus Christ.
Dog. And it's like, when people bitch about that and stuff like that, I was just telling a friend of mine who's a female, right?
Yes.
And she was just like, she left, we were hanging out in a group, and she's like, I left it in my car, but I parked in like this really dark area, but I'll be right back. And I was like, no, I'll go with you.
Yeah.
Or if I can't go with you, so-and-so will go with you.
Yeah.
And she was like, why? It's going to be fine. It's going to be cool. What the fuck? And I was just like, no. Someone has to go with you.
Yeah.
She's like, why? Because I'm a fucking female? Because I'm a girl? And I'm just like, yes.
Yeah.
And she thought I was being rude. I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
And she was like, what? Who's going to fucking do it? And I'm like, do you think all the victims of assault, do you think they left their house and were like, okay, I'm going to get assaulted today?
Yeah.
They did not see it coming.
I'm going to go for a run. I'm going to go for a walk. I'm
They
going to go fucking
thought
chill.
and said the same words you just said, baby.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot go there, papa. Like, take someone with you, fool.
Yeah.
And then she was just like, okay, fine. But I'm like, all these people, like, they didn't think, these cases that we just said, they didn't think that they were going to be a true crime case.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You always just got to be ready. You just always got to be ready, and you have to accept that these rules, especially as something as abhorrent as 9/11 or like the 1990s North Hollywood Bank heist.
Yeah.
Especially when you can just Google it and see why these rules are in place.
Especially you can see it. Like I said, you can see it.
Exactly.
You can see footage.
You can see footage of what went down. You can see interviews of the victims. You can see fucking photos and all that shit.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you complaining? I would get it if like all of a sudden the government's like, oh, by the way, you have to do this. Why?
Yeah.
Just do it. We told you.
Yeah.
I get that frustration and I get that rebellion, but if they're just like, yeah, we have to strip you down, basically, like 10% of a strip down.
Yeah.
All right, so this doesn't happen.
Stop complaining. You gotta take off your sweater. Oh, you gotta shirt.
You gotta take the laptop out of the laptop sleeve.
I know. Stop bitching, man. Oh, you ain't got a shirt underneath your sweater? Bitch, you knew what you had to do. And also, sometimes if you say it, they'll be like, all right, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Just stop bitching, man. Yeah. These rules are in place for a reason. I actually remember what I was going to say earlier.
Please go ahead.
And it's not even that profound.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that when I watch these videos of these beautiful detectives working their fucking magic, fucking using their words as a weapon, just fucking, they're just like, you know, in a fight, in a boxing fight or MMA fight, you know, the first round is just kind of like, oh, just touching. Okay, I'm gonna feint. See your reaction. How do you do that? Oh, how do you feel that? A jab. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go for a takedown, but not really, because I just want to see what your reaction is. Interesting. So I'm gonna go for a takedown, and you're gonna react, but I'm gonna uppercut you, right? And they set a trap, right? That's just how these motherfucker detectives are. These high-level detectives are with their fucking techniques and the words, man. And I remember what I was gonna say earlier is like when I watch these motherfuckers, not only am I incredibly just impressed and I'm just like, wow, this is incredible. I'm also like, yeah, that's a real job. That's a motherfucking job.
Them?
That's a real
doctors,
fucking job. Yeah.
Firefighters?
Yeah.
That's real.
That's a real fucking job.
Yes.
That's a real fucking job. I love what I do. I'm not needed. Yeah. My work is not needed, baby.
Yes.
I see this motherfucker and I'm like,
you're spitting right now, dude.
You are important to society.
Yes.
You are needed.
Give these people all the benefits. Insurance, dental, fucking...
Give them that much money, man.
That pension, dog.
Yes.
Raise their salary by 50%. Anything, bro.
Yes.
These folks, this is it.
Yes.
These detectives, doctors, firefighters, fucking teachers, bro. Dude.
Especially teachers.
Yes.
I feel like they get paid the least out of everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's just like, bro, and I feel that exact same way, bro.
Those are motherfucking real career jobs that fucking matter,
These are real men and women, bro.
Yes.
They're doing, like, it's just real. A real fucking life, though.
Yeah, like, these, like, when you're in true crime, like I say, if you watch these channels, they're analyzing primarily the interrogation and the methods behind getting the confession, right? So you get to know these detectives, male, woman, whatever. Doesn't even fucking matter, right? You get to know how good they are, you get to know their techniques, whatever. You get to see them, and you're just like, these people deserve to fucking live a very luxurious life, and they deserve everything, man. People like that, people like you said, teachers get fucking shit on. They don't get fucking money. They have to fucking work a second job half of the time, a lot of the time even, man. Yeah, like it's incredibly unfair world.
Firefighters, bro, man, they have to go into hell.
I know,
literally have to walk into hell to be like, is anyone in here?
Yeah,
like they have to walk into hell.
Yeah,
they'd be like, is anyone in here? Yeah, and then when they don't hear anything, they have to keep walking and look for if anyone's in there. Like,
and it's wild how much money there is in the world and how much money that goes to like entertainers, artists. Even though we're even artists or entertainers, you know, but I want to make a living, do what I do, but I still think that these people should make more money or a lot of fucking money. Yeah. And they deserve to not fucking, feel like they have to work a second job, because what they're doing, like I said, when I watch the motherfuckers, I'm like, this is important, dog. Yeah. We need these motherfuckers.
It's funny that you mentioned teachers, bro. May I go to the next case?
Of course.
All right, bro. So there's an elderly white couple named Jerry and Rita Adler that live in New Mexico.
Yes.
They've been teaching children and teenagers for the past 30 years. Well respected in the community, beloved by their students, and they just so happen to be one of the most prolific art thieves of the past century. Have you not heard of this?
No.
Dude, okay. So Jerry and Rita, they spent the 80s just stealing art from museums, galleries, establishments overseas in Paris and Europe, dude. They were insanely good at stealing art.
Yes.
And it was so crazy because their method was so simple. What was
their method?
So Rita, the woman, apparently she was beautiful in her younger days.
Yes.
Would just start chatting up the security. They would start chatting up the tour guides, and asking them questions. So what is this? What is that? Wait, what is that? And everyone would be like, yeah, so back in like 1800, da, 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 da. While her husband, Jerry, would wear a fake mustache, bro. This is something out of a movie.
Yeah.
Something out of a shitty movie. He would wear a fake mustache and a huge fucking raincoat.
Yes.
Bro, something out of a fucking shitty movie, dog. Or a cartoon, bro. He would wear a huge trench coat, right? And he would realize once his wife got the fucking other people distracted, he would just go like this. He would just grab the fucking art piece, put it under his jacket, and
what? You just grab the art piece?
And just walk out. They would just walk out.
Making it look simple.
Bro, dude, it's stupid. It's stupid. All these museum people should be fired, bro.
That's all you gotta do, just grab it?
But that's what we said, bro. These rules, the reason why all the museum, now when you go to a great museum, how they're super strict.
Yes.
And they have all this high technology and stuff. It's because if motherfuckers like this, they're just doing the simple thing and just walking out. And he would say, like, they would just walk out. They would just walk out. And they actually stole a William de Kooning's art piece titled Woman Ocre. You know how much that shit cost?
How much?
$150 million. They stole, Joel, Primos. They stole $150 million art piece. The size of this table. How you can hide this under your trench coat, I have no idea.
That doesn't make any sense.
How no one fucking noticed, I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, you walk out with the fucking big ass fucking bump on your fucking chest and just be like, oh,
Dog, that's what I'm saying.
I got a big belly.
I ate too much. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
But that's what they fucking did, right? And they fucking, come 1990, they stopped doing it.
Yeah.
They stopped doing it. They stopped stealing high-end art pieces, right? They became teachers at the local school, and they became beloved figures of the community until they died in like 2015, 2016, right?
Yeah.
No one knew a thing. No one knew a thing until their nephew was just like, man, I miss them so much. I'll be in charge of clearing out their house and putting it on the market. You know, because everyone was just so distraught by their passing. Because they passed within like a month each. They just loved each other so much. So the nephew was just like, you know, I'll handle this, right? Starts selling off a bunch of his stuff. Well, a bunch of their stuff. Starts cleaning out the house. And then he finds an art piece hidden behind a door that leads into the basement. He realizes that the door is two doors in one. And he's just like, oh shit, there's an art piece in here. Huh.
Get the fuck out
Okay.
here.
Put it next to all the other art. He goes to a fucking auction. He goes to an auction and he goes to a place that sells art. And he's like, hey, I have all this art, you know, from older members of my family. They recently passed, and I want to know if you just want to buy it. And the guy's like, yeah, I'll buy it. I'll give you like $2,000 for all this shit. And the nephew was like, holy shit, awesome, fuck yeah. Fucking takes the fucking money, continues clearing out the house, right? The guy that buys it puts it into auction and puts it for sale. Bro, tell me why a high-end art critic passes by the art and he goes, what is that painting? And the guy's like, I don't know. And he's like, where'd you get that painting? I bought it off this kid that's just like his family recently passed and he just wanted to sell it.
Yeah.
And the art critic was like, that's a Willem de Kooning's. That's a Willem de Kooning's. Can I come back and test it out? The guy's like, yeah, whatever. Do you want to pay more? He's like, yeah. That art critic contacts the FBI. The FBI pulls up and he's just like, the FBI's like, this is the art piece that's been missing for the past 30 years. That's worth $150 million. They go back to the house. They find other pieces of art. They find other stolen goods from museums all across the world. And they're just like, these are the fucking art thieves of the 1980s that we fucking been trying to catch for the fucking past 40 years. And then the FBI starts tracking this shit, right? They contact this elderly couple. That's so good. They contact this elderly couple's traveling agent. They're like, do you know how well did you know these people? And the traveling agent was like, because back before the internet, you would have to hire a travel agent if you wanted to travel outside the country or anywhere. They would get your plane tickets. They would get your hotel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Travel agents have mostly died out. They've become extinct because of the internet. But this was a big thing in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, right? And they asked them like, what did you know about this elderly couple? And they were just like, oh, they're definitely really unique. I got to know them pretty well. It's like, tell me about them. And the traveling agent was like, yeah, for 2 teachers, they would ask me to send them to very extravagant vacations. They would ask me to send them to like Egypt and all these very fancy cities. And I would always ask them like, man, 2 teachers, you guys are doing pretty good, huh? And they would always say, we save a lot. We're good savers.
Yeah.
And then the most damning thing that the traveling agent said, and it's so crazy because I would get them tickets to a city and I would get them accommodations to a city. But while they were there, they would hire criminal smugglers to smuggle them into other countries.
Get the fuck out of here.
Because they were adrenaline junkies.
Yeah.
And the FBI is like, that's so interesting. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. Put your hands by your...
That's fire. You're under arrest. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're under arrest.
Yeah, exactly. They would fucking hire smugglers. So they would fly to a nice city, fucking get to know the criminal underground as a couple, find a couple good smugglers, have the smugglers smuggle them into another country.
Wow.
Just out of pure adrenaline.
Wow.
Yeah.
Those guys were living, dog.
Bro, they were living.
They were fucking living good, bro.
Dog, they had $150 million painting in their basement, dog. Bro. Just sitting there.
What do you do if you have that kind of fucking painting? First of all, you know what's weird about the art? Who decides it's $150 million? The artist.
The artist or the auctioneers? The auctioneers.
But I think it's the artist first. That's the weird thing about the painting, and artists like that, right? They decide how much it costs. They decide the market value.
Yeah.
Which is wild. If you're like a famous, fucking legendary painter or artist, no one's gonna be like, oh, like photographer, let's say, be like, oh, the market for like wedding photographers is usually around this range, for this kind of services. If you're a painter, you can be like, yeah, this is worth like $10,000.
And it's so crazy because I thought this particular expensive painting, I thought it was like an old ass painting. It was painted in 1956.
What the fuck? Why the fuck is it worth $150 million?
Which is like close to 30 years. So the painting was only 30 years before they stole it,
bro.
But that's the thing, bro. That's the thing. That's the brilliance of it all. The painting was an expensive piece, right? When they stole it. It was expensive. It wasn't $150 million expensive, but it was millions of dollars expensive, right? It's because they stole it. And it was gone for so many decades that it bumped up the price.
Bro, that's fucking ridiculous, bro.
It's ridiculous.
Look, when you think $150 million painting, I think like, okay, Picasso painted this in his off time.
Yes, yeah, Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci.
Michelangelo.
He had a second name. He was called Cabron, and he was painted as like another alias. And it's like 300 years old. That's why it's 150 million. For some fool in the 1950s to be like, hey, cuesta 150 million. And everybody's like, okay, all right, I see. I guess, okay, after it got stolen, it was 150 million. That's still ridiculous. It's redonkulous, bro.
It's ridiculous.
That's a true crime right there, man. $150 million for a fucking painting?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Maybe I'm not a painter. I'm not in that world. How could, okay, first of all.
Well, a lot of, talking about true crime, a lot of money laundering is in the art world. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of these millionaires that make money in a bad way.
Yeah.
They just get a painting that costs $100 million and then that money's forever in this painting. Yeah. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it gets washed away in this painting, which is a part of the reason. And, apparently like the CIA also had a lot to do with, the inflation of money when it comes to art back in the have you heard about this?
No.
So the CIA had a program where they started putting millions of dollars in these American-made paintings. So the more expensive these paintings became, the more the world saw American art as a treasured value.
Oh my God, here we go.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Do you get why they did that? So now Europeans and South Americans and Africans and Asians are like, oh my God, I want this piece by this American artist, because if it's worth $80 million, I want that shit.
That is so stupid.
Isn't that insane?
It's so stupid. That's like,
it's insane.
That's like, oh, my dick is bigger, man, and fuck it, because I say it is and shit. Everybody's like, oh shit, if he says it's bigger, then it should be.
Or like if you guys are all baking cakes and the Americans like, well, my cake costs like $80, so I don't know about your $10 cakes.
Yeah.
Mine's $80. If you want this shit, give me $80.
Yeah.
And a bunch of other dumbasses from around the world like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
If it's like, $80.
Like me and my homies all had RAV4s, and they're like, oh, I bought it for good price, $4,000. Oh, that's crazy because mine costs $20,000. Right? It has this, and this, whatever. I don't give a fuck. It's whatever. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? Really? $20,000? Holy shit. Right? Yeah, it's a sport, 4-door, fucking 6-wheel drive and shit. Even though it has 4 wheels, it's crazy. It's a new thing.
Well, it looks exactly like mine.
No,
but yours. But yeah, but the only difference is that yours was 4,000.
Yeah, it looks like yours, but does it drive like yours? Does it feel like yours? No. Everybody's like,
exactly what it was.
What?
That's exactly what it was.
What? Oh my God, that pisses me off. Dude.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Holy shit, dude. That's why you just gotta believe your own bullshit sometimes, man. You gotta
fake it till you make it, I guess.
That's literally faking it till you make it. My shit is worth $150 million, bro. My shit.
This podcast is worth $150 million,
bro. Holy shit, bro. That's one of the craziest things I've ever fucking heard, man. I don't get how fucking paintings cost that much or what. Like sometimes you go to an art museum and then you're just like, no, sometimes you even go to a brewery and then you will see like paintings on the wall, like Art District Brewery in LA.
Yes.
You'll see artwork and you're just like, oh, that'd be cool to have $300.
Yeah.
$300? Really? Okay. I'll just buy a beer, right?
How'd you get fucked up?
I'll just get fucking fucked up and shit. It's wild. The art world is strange because what if like some of them are fakes?
Yeah.
And what if someone fakes it so good that you can't even fucking tell?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And who's a real master?
A lot of people. That's what they suspect. A lot of these like major paintings is that they're fakes. You know what I mean? Like. A true artist or like a true professional can tell, but like if it's so expensive, is the owner really gonna let a stranger get that close to the art piece? You know what I mean? Like it's just like
it's all about the seller having a fucking rich guy next to him, and being like, no, this is from Da Vinci. Trust me, like no one else can do this, right?
Yeah.
Some guy might be like, bro, that's not even, and he'd be like, shut the fuck up. This is Da Vinci because of this,
It's
this.
so
The way
crazy.
he strokes, you see, like he can even spit nonsense. The way you see the paint, it lands right here. That's because he's downstroking. No one else used to do that back in the day. It was very popular in 1990s, but like in the 1700s, only Da Vinci was really stroking downwards. And the paint over here gets drier and a lot quicker. They just spill a bunch of nonsense.
It's so fucking crazy because, you know, what is it? 3-card monkey? What is it? What's it called?
3-card monkey.
3-card monkey?
I don't know. 3-card
Monty?
Monty, yes.
3-card Monty. You know that the scam in like subway stations or at parks, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where it's just like they fold playing cards, 3 of them, and they're like, tell me where the queen's at. And this is the queen right here. They put it down, and there's 2 other folded cards, and then they just start moving around.
Yeah.
And the person's like, okay, yeah, all right. It's that one. And then they go up, and it's not the queen. It's like, all right, like, pay up. Or basically, it's like, yo, they ask you for $20, right?
Yeah.
You give it to them, they take it, and it's like, if you guess it right, I'll give you 40.
Well, dude, okay, I have...
Well, to go into that, it's like, I'll give you 40, but if you don't guess it right, I keep the 20. So people are like, yeah, gambling, right? So what these folks do, like the Dave Chappelle story that they had, that he said, and this has like been common knowledge for me, but Dave Chappelle put it on one of his sets, where it's just like they have friends that lose on like that win. Forgive me, that win. And like they go, oh, you guessed it right, bro. Here's $40. And the friend goes, yes, 40 fucking bucks. Hell yeah, right? And he walks off so people can be like, holy shit, he just won.
Yeah.
So it can't be a scam.
Yeah.
Because he just won.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try it now. I can do it too. And then boom. Sorry, you didn't get it right. Keep $20. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's exactly what you just described, but at a millionaire status.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Where it's just like you get a homie or someone that's getting paid by you to be like, no, this is at least worth $80 million. You know what I mean? Like this is a incredible piece. And you get other millionaires going like, oh shit, it's incredible. I want that one then. I want to put it in my living room. You know what I mean? Like there's chumps in every class.
You know,
dog.
it's crazy because I feel like people that got money, or even people that value money, or something that costs a lot of money, maybe people that are very materialistic, they don't even give a fuck about what it is. It's how much does it cost? So I can tell people how much it fucking costs.
No, that's exactly it. That's
how much
exactly
it fucking
it,
costs, right? This car, if it doesn't work 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive, 1-wheel drive, how much was it? It was not that much. It was like $355,000. I just bought it just because I was bored one day.
Yeah, they want to be like, oh, like on the news, like this painting is not worth $100 million.
Yeah.
And then when their other millionaire friends pull up and they see that painting, they're like, whoa, so and so has this paint. They just live for that shit. Dog. They don't give a fuck about the painting. They don't give a fuck what it means, who painted it, or where the fuck it came from. They just want to be able to like impose their like, yeah, I bought that shit. It's whatever.
Yeah.
It's whatever to a motherfucker like me. You know what I mean?
It's fucking ridiculous, man. If I had that kind of money, I would end homelessness.
It's crazy because I know that you would and I would too. I know we would. SoulPrimos would end homelessness, bro.
Help us get to 1,000 subscribers.
Help us get to 1,000 subscribers, and we'll do our best to end homelessness,
bro. Because I would. If it gave me $2,000,
dog, give me $1 million, bro. I could build 100 houses.
Yeah, bro. If you give me $1 million, I'll get myself a house. I'll buy my mom a house, and then I'll get food. I'll get an oil change.
We'll go to
Sizzler. I'll get new tires. I'll probably go out for a while. Get drunk, get a new bottle, and then with like $400, I'll be like, hey, maybe I should donate some of this shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not perfect.
You're just different.
I'm built different.
You're built different. So, do you have like another case?
Yes, I do actually. And this one isn't as dark as the last one, but it's kind of like light. It's nothing too crazy, even though people did perish. But this is about the the Strainer fucking family, right? This is a young man. It was 1972, right? He was walking back from school. And then he stopped by a gas station. It was near a church. He was at this gas station. And somebody was like, hey, brother. They were dressed up as like fathers from the church or something, right? They were like, hey, man, your mom sent us. We want to take you home and yada, yada, yada. They were kind of bullshitting him. And then they looked like they're from the church. So he was like, come in the car and then we'll take you with your mom and we'll take you to the church or we'll take you home. And then it's all good. And then he was like, bro, the church is like right there. Gas station's right here.
Yeah.
It's like I would say 30 yards away, right? Mm-hmm. So as a child, he's like, yeah, these fools are going to protect them. He didn't even think anything negative about it, right? Mm-hmm. One of the guys, his name is Mr. Parnell, was one of the main guys that was dressed up as like a religious figure. So he got in his car and he was basically kidnapped. He was abducted, right, for 8 years, right? So this was in 1972, and he was kidnapped and he was, sexually abused, molested, raped, everything you can imagine for 8 fucking years, right? And then this guy got bored of him a little bit. He was just like, I want somebody else. He abducted another person, another child. I believe he was 5 years old, right? And I think since he was paying attention to somebody else, basically a fucking baby, he was able to kind of like think about, like, okay, what am I going to do? Because this whole time, which is weird, because this whole time while he was getting abducted, he was a young kid. I forgot what age he was, but he was very young. But he was drinking all the time. He was pounding alcohol. Even sometimes he said while he was getting abducted, while he was getting raped, sexually assaulted, he was drinking, right? So 1980 is when somebody else was abducted, a child, 5-year-old person, a baby. And then he found some spare time where nothing was going on. He took the kid, he fled with the kid, and then he was like found his way out, right? And then he left, he was able to flee, but for him, it was hard to, he got home and then, everybody was like, wow, Steven, you're back. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. This is beautiful. Yeah. But for him, it was kind of hard to get adjusted to normal life again. Because one, like, he couldn't do the things that he used to. Like, even though he was like abducted, he was a prisoner. He was a sexual prisoner. He could still do a lot of things that he couldn't. He could just drink whenever he wanted. He could just fucking pound, which I guess he was an alcoholic as a young age. But with his parents, he was on a strict regimen. He couldn't drink, obviously. And then that kind of was fucking him up for a while. He was like, I was abducted. I was a prisoner, but I feel like I could have more freedom than I do now, right? And his story is weird because the whole family stories are very strange. So his story is like he comes back and, he's working odd jobs and he's becoming like, he's doing weird jobs. And then one time he applies as a pizza delivery man and he gets killed, right? He gets hit by a car, right? And obviously it's a huge tragedy for the family having to deal with like your son being kidnapped and raped for so long and you finally get him back and then you lose him real quick, right? But during that time, he had a brother, right? His brother he had a brother, and his brother during that time was getting like, he started acting very strange, very, 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 very strange. He started to have thoughts about murder, thoughts about killing women, thoughts about fucking just like murdering for some reason, right? And then he never really vocalized it to his parents, but they did notice something strange happening within him. And then for them, it was just like, bro, we just lost our child. We just lost Steven. And I believe he was like mid-20s or something when he got killed. It's like, what is wrong with you? But he would never open up, right? He would just do it in his own little world. And then he moved to Yosemite because they were from Merced, right? Or I guess I don't know how far that is, Yosemite, Merced. It's a couple hours, I feel. Yeah. So he became a person that would just like find girls, young women in Yosemite and just rape and kill them. He found this one couple. It wasn't even a couple. It was a mother and daughter. He found them in a cabin in Yosemite, and he killed and murdered the mother and daughter, right? And then he killed them, and then he sent. It was almost like the Zodiac. I don't think he was influenced by the Zodiac, but he sent letters. He sent a map to the press and to the police department, and then on top of the map, he was like, "We had fun with this one." Right, like almost he was kind of like fucking like bragging about what he just fucking did, right? And then he killed a total of 5 people, just in the Yosemite area. He became known as the Yosemite Killer, right? And for me, I was watching that, I was like, okay, it's a sad ass fucking case. What happened to the child and what happened to the son? For me, I never heard of a case where the son, it's like the worst of the worst for a fucking parent. It's like
both spectrums.
On the one end, it's like you get a complete tragedy of what happens to your son, right? You get your son gets abducted, your son gets raped, your son gets raped for fucking years and years and years and years and years. And on the other end, it's like your other son who had to deal with that as well. But then he's taking it to the complete other side where you're the one creating this fucking harm and you're the one creating these fucking murders, these vicious acts. And the parents, like, they just seem like regular old fucking parents. And for me, I always think, like, when shit like that happens, it's always like, how was their childhood growing up? What was the relationship with the parents growing up? And for them, it seemed like, from what I read, from what I said, it was nothing too
crazy.
It was too crazy. And I think that's the scariest part sometimes too, is I think when a lot of crazy shit happens, like especially with these well-known serial killers, right? You think that like, okay, they did all these terrible acts. You try to find reason behind it. And I think that a lot of the true crime is that too, is what makes a person really tick, where they kind of like break and lash out and go crazy. And there should be a reason to a person doing these heinous acts, but a lot of times there really isn't. With this guy, with the brother, there's no reason for him to develop a need to fucking kill. There's no need for him to develop a need to fucking a hurt woman, and especially with sometimes with these men specifically, they develop this like hatred towards women for some reason. And sometimes it's like either a bad breakup or it's either like maybe their mom, the relationship with their mother. But I think it's incredibly dangerous. I think, I don't want to sound cheesy also, but I think men in general, like, we have to be better, because a lot of the times with these disgusting acts, it is men doing these things, right?
You know, if I may, that reminds me of the statistic. You know, the leading cause of death in men is heart disease, heart failure.
Yes.
Right? Too much salt, too overweight.
Yeah.
Right? The leading cause of death in women is men.
It's men, yeah.
Yeah. So, no, you're 100% right. It's not cheesy. I think it's 100%, you're very accurate in that assessment.
Yeah, because like I think, you know, especially now, we have so much access to information with so much help. I think men asking for help isn't as strange or isn't. I think everybody still talks like, oh, like men asking for help is still, it's looked down upon, which I think years ago it still was, as recent as that. But I think now it's not really like that anymore. You know, I think in certain parts of the country maybe, but I think as a general picture, I think men asking for help or needing help, or, you know, if you have these crazy thoughts, a therapist is always like, I think expressing those thoughts, no matter how bad they can be, I feel like if you have a therapist, that can cure a lot of things, right? Just vocalizing some, like, even like sometimes, like, if you're a man and you feel a certain way about yourself, not in any like suicidal or anything, just even like, oh, I'm a piece of shit, or I'm fucking fat, or I'm a loser, or yada yada. If you verbally say those words, sometimes you'd be like, dude, what the fuck? You're able to analyze those thoughts a lot more because you hear them. Sometimes when you hear shit, it hits different. When it's just in your mind, it's a lot. It's so strange when you hear. Sometimes I would say things about myself in my mind, and then I'll say them out loud, and then when I say them out loud, they almost become like why the fuck would I feel that? Why would I say these things? Why would I do this? You know what I mean? It's able to like decipher what's the root behind these things. You know, not saying I feel like the way this guy felt, but I feel like, you know, men in general, like I said, we need to vocalize ourselves a lot more, especially if we need help. You know, because I feel like back in the day, obviously, you're kind of fucked. Like there's no internet, there's no groups, there's no this. Like if you're wealthy, you can fucking afford a therapist, maybe this and this and that. But like I think about this family, this Schrainer family, and I think about what could be prevented. And for these parents, like from what I've read, you know, they weren't really like they weren't really bad parents at all, you know, and that's what the most alarming thing about a lot of these cases are. Sometimes it's like,
100%.
Sometimes you get a fucking crazy kid. Like this is going off topic a little bit, but I mean I know all the cases were like, and I forgot their names, but there's a lot of cases where the kid maybe has a brother. There's just two brothers that murdered their whole fucking family. And it was just because the older brother influenced the younger brother, right? And the older brother had thoughts of killing the family, had like basically fucking dreams of fucking doing these heinous acts. And he was able to influence the little brother into helping him. So the little brother would went to the daughter's room, the youngest daughter, and just stabbed her because of the influence of the older brother. And the older brother was the one looking up all these fucking like how to kill, how to do this, how to do that. And that's alarming too, because there's so many cases out there now, and we have so much knowledge of these cases. Like you can go on and on and on. Like even I learned about these Scream killers, right? These guys that were influenced by the movie Scream.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And then they killed this young girl, and then they recorded the whole thing. And they recorded afterwards, and when they left, they were like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I fucking killed her." And I forgot the name of this young lady, but they were in high school. And then they were like recording everything in high school. They're recording each other chilling. They recorded like themselves talking to the girl, and then they recorded afterwards. They recorded themselves leading up to it, driving up. It's like some dudes just need like a positive influence, or I don't know. Some dudes are wired differently, and then they need to seek help. They need help, and they need like a support system. And it's weird. I'm trying to find a reasoning almost to this, because like I hear this just all seems so fucking random, you know, especially with the older brother just becoming a serial killer out of nowhere. And like what happened to the other kid, you would think almost he would become the serial killer, right? Because he went through fucking being molested for so many years and verbally abused. And after that, like he had a hard time adjusting to regular life, just because he was used to maybe the freedoms of like, oh, I'm gonna fucking pound all day. And he kind of went back to that, but he was still trying to get a regular job. He was still trying to be like, you know, he was a pizza delivery guy, and he got hit by a car, which is fucking sad as fuck. And he was young, he was like mid-20s. But it's like, you would think someone like that is the one that becomes like a serial killer. But someone on the opposite side, which I guess, you know, they still have the trauma of like being a part of that fucking family. But you would think that the person that went through that experience would become the serial killer. And it just kind of, it's alarming, because you never really know who's going to go down that dark path of like letting these thoughts overwhelm them, letting these thoughts dictate their actions completely, and letting these dark thoughts grow into something deeper, until they become like uncontrollable, you know? Because I feel like thoughts are very powerful, especially if you keep feeding them. You know, if you keep on thinking a certain thing over and over and over and over again. Yeah. But listen, it wasn't the craziest case, but
I mean, honestly, that was pretty fucking crazy, bro. Like there's like the coincidences in like the older brother going through that shit, and then it's the younger brother that becomes a predator.
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
The Yosemite killer. He killed like four or five people in total. Crazy. And
but I was just saying, you say like the parents, like they seem pretty regular, but like, I mean, maybe they were like very distant with the younger son, because they're just so focused on getting the older son and stuff like that. Who knows, man?
You know, and like, listen, I don't know. I always like it just It's just you never know. You never fucking know.
Yeah, that's what's scary about it.
You never. You can be nice to somebody. You can be kind. They might lash out. I think nowadays, like, I think we've talked about this before, but nowadays, like this is completely off topic, kind of, but nowadays, like the mass shootings are the serial killers of back then, where it's like back then it was like let me kill people over a couple months, couple weeks, or whatever. Now it's like let me try to kill as many people as I can in like 20, 30 minutes. Which that's what we have now. And then a lot of these, like the one, I forgot his fucking name. It was some white guy. A lot of them happen to be fucking, respect to white primos, but a lot of them have to be, for some reason, have to be white. There was this white kid, I forgot his fucking name, but he was like the one of the worst fucking school shootings of all time. And then he would post videos on fucking the internet, being like, oh, fucking on Thursday, everybody's gonna feel sorry for fucking what they said, or everybody's gone. And it's almost like they want the glory. They think like they're doing something great, like God or fucking the devil. I don't know. They're finding some reason to do these things, and then you do it, and then it's crazy because I wish I knew the fucking name of this person, of this case, or whatever. But I think when you see him, basically he just murdered a bunch of people, and then after he murdered like 30 kids, because he was a kid himself, he went to like a Burger King or McDonald's, right? And then he talked to one of the guys. There was a kid there, right, that was at that school, and then he was saying like, oh, like did you, there was a shooting at the school, and then the guy that did the shooting was talking to the kid and was saying like, yeah, dude, this is crazy, it's fucked up, even though the kid that did the shooting killed his sister.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So his sister was killed by the guy that he was talking to, and then the kid, they had no idea. He was like, there was a shooting in school, and the kid was just fucking like, yeah, it's fucking crazy. And then when he got caught, he was just like, oh, there's voices in my fucking head, and the cops were like, shut the fuck up.
I think this kid is not white. I think he was Latino.
No, he was white.
He was Latino with red hair.
Keep going.
Yeah. He was like it's gone viral. Like it was like the first Explore With Us video that really popped off. Was it Parkland?
Might have been the Parkland. He's not white?
No. He's like, there's like some Latino in it. Or I don't know if it's some Latino or Mexican.
Let me see if okay, let me see.
But a lot of them happen to be white, but I don't know, man. It's just, that's what's so crazy is that you just never know. You just never know.
He shot, let me see, I think he killed 17 people. Yeah, he murdered 17.
Was this Parkland?
Yes. I want to know. Parkland, let me see. Parkland shooter. Oh, no, it wasn't Parkland shooter. Let me see. What was it?
Here, let's cut this out because I also have to look up something. Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's Nicholas Cruz. It was the Parkland shooter. It was Nicholas Cruz. He killed 17 people.
Wait. Let's start right now. This fucking Texas bitch.
There's some other cases that like there was this one. Let me see. Her name was like Nicole Dippolito. Heard about that one?
Nicole what?
Nicole Dippolito.
The Asian girl?
Let me see. Dalia Dippolito. There was a case of Dalia Dippolito where fucking she was married to this guy. I think his name was Mike, and then she started cheating on this guy, right? And then for some reason, he was like, you know, I want to leave this man, so she hired a hitman. She was looking in the black web, or she was looking on the internet for a hitman, and this hitman turned out to be an undercover cop, right?
Yes.
So the undercover cop was like, I'm gonna meet with this fucking lady, Dalia, and then we're gonna fucking set her up. So they have this meeting, but the undercover cop records everything, right? She puts a camera in the back seat.
Wait, are we starting again or no?
Yes. What?
Are we starting again? Because I thought we were gonna cut the part out where we were looking at the.
Oh yeah, we are.
Okay.
You try to tell this again?
Yes, do it again.
There's also this case that it's real quick. I just want to say this real quick. There's this case of Dalia Dippolito, right? This is listen, our woman Primos. It's not always just men. It's always sometimes it can be the women that are toxic, right?
Some of our primos,
Yeah, so some of our primos can be very toxic, right? Yeah. This is very short. This is a case that, you know, I have known about, and I think it's a very popular case too. Dalia Dippolito married to this Italian man, right? They're married. He started cheating on this man, right? And then I guess she wanted to fucking end this relationship with this guy. So instead of doing the very rational thing of being like, listen, brother, I don't love you. I don't want to do this anymore. Let's split up. Okay. It's all good. She decided, I'm going to hire a hitman to get rid of this fucking individual. Right. So she went on the internet looking for a hitman, and the hitman that she found turned out to be an undercover fucking cop. So the undercover cop was like, okay, interesting. Right. Interesting. Okay. Because the reason they were kind of tracking her is because this guy, I think his name was Mike, he was on parole, right? He was like he did some bad shit back in the day. So he was on like extreme probation too. So he would have every time they would go out, somebody will call and be like, yo, there's this guy doing cocaine, doing drugs, wilding out, right? And the cops would pull up and they approached the guy and they were like, hey, we have a call that you're doing this and that. And he's like, no. He's like, freaking the fuck, no, I'm on probation. I would never do it. I'm not trying to ruin my life, right? And for some reason, they said they believed them because they were like, this guy just feels like he's telling the truth. And they're like, okay, well, someone's called it. I don't know who it is, right? And then they went out again, Dalia and this guy, and it happened again. They got a phone call, right? And then they're like, why does this keep on happening to this guy? Someone keeps on calling this guy about doing drugs where he's obviously not doing shit, where he's just chilling. And they're like, we think it might be the fucking wife, right? So they start tracking the wife, and then the wife gets a hitman, and then the hitman is an undercover cop. They have a meeting. Undercover cop has a fucking camera in the back, right? And then she comes in the car. And then she's like, hey, how you doing? Fucking this, yeah. So when can we do this? And then he's like, well, it depends. Let me know your fucking husband's schedule because I'm gonna be in and out. And then she's like, well, we need to do this ASAP. I just want this like done as soon as possible, right? And then he's like, okay, what does he do? And she's like, well, he walks the dog around 6, yada. You fucking get him there. And the undercover cop is like, okay, well, I'll get him at 6 p.m. Yada. 6 a.m. and then I'll go in there and then make it look like a break-in. I'll make it look like he struggled, and then I'll get him out, shoot him, and then we're good. And she's like, okay, amazing, dope. I'll pay you half now, and then afterwards I'll pay you. You'll find me. They go their separate ways, right? So the cop's already on to her before it even fucking happens. And then the day where the guy was supposed to kill him, she goes out to work or whatever she does. And then there's a bunch of cops that go to the house. And then she comes back and they're like, hey, Dolly. And then she's like, oh, what happened? What's going on? And then the cops are like, listen, do you know, was this your husband? His name is this Mike. Yeah. He's like, yeah. Well, we regret to inform you that he's no longer, he's dead. He got shot. And then she starts crying, right? Damn. But she's fake fucking crying. Yeah. And you can tell. And there's footage of all this. Yeah. Because they know they're on to her. She's like, no, right? Yeah. And all the cops are like, this fucking girl. This fucking girl, right? She's fucking playing it good, right? Yeah. So she's like, let's get you to the fucking get you to the interrogation room. Let's talk to you. Let's just see what happened. So they're asking her basic questions. They're asking her basic shit like, "Oh, do you know anybody that might have something against your husband? Might want to not like him. Might want to hate him." Yeah. He's like, "No, he's a great guy. This and this and that." And then they bring out the undercover cop. Like, listen, we have somebody. They try to break it, right? She's holding on to the story. They're like, "We have somebody you might know." And they bring out the undercover cop, but he's like playing full character. Mm-hmm. He's like under arrest. They got a bag over him. They take over the bag. He's like, "Do you know this guy?" And she's like, "I have no idea who he is." No. Yeah. And then even the undercover cop is like, No, I don't know who she is. And Dalia's like, "No, I don't have no idea who that is." Right. And they play along with this fucking shtick that she's been playing for this whole time. They play along with it. They're like, "Okay, so you don't know who he is. You don't know who he is. You don't know who wanted your husband dead. This and that." And she believes it. She's like, "Oh, these people are fucking siding with me. I'm the victim here. Mm-hmm. I'm the widow. Yeah, I'm the victim, right?" And like you said, these detectives, they know what they're fucking doing. They make her fucking believe that they're believing her. So she gets comfortable, she gets chill, she gets relaxed. And they're like, "Listen," this is after they've been like, "Oh, are you okay? How are you feeling?" So she feels comfortable, and they're like, "Listen, it's time. Cut the bullshit." And she's like, "What?" They're like, stop. We know everything. Your husband's alive." And she's like, "Oh my God, he is. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, I thought he was dead." She's still fucking playing the fucking part, bro. She's still playing the fuck part. And then they're like, "We know what you did." "Oh, what did I do? I just wanted him to be alive. I miss him so much." And then they showed her the tape, right? When she was like, "Yeah, I just want you to kill him as soon as possible." They also show the husband. "I want you to kill this guy as soon as possible," right? Mm. And he's such like a nice fucking guy. Maybe back in the day when he was younger, that's why he got on probation, because he was fucking around with the wrong people. But he's such a nice fucking sweet guy. And they brought him in, and then she was just like, "Oh my God, I love you so much. I love you. You're the love of my life." And then he just like, why would you want to do this? He's like, "Don't believe them. Don't believe what they're saying. Don't believe them." And then he's like, I saw the video of you doing it.
You got caught in 4K.
Yeah. And he's like, no, right? So they separate them, right? So she goes to jail, but then they record the calls, obviously, that she has with Mike, the husband. And even in those calls, like, you realize when a toxic person has power over somebody, because he's a smart guy, but you can still feel like he's kind of like trying to believe her.
Yeah.
Because he's like, "Why the fuck would you? They're telling me what you said." And he's like, and she's like, "No, I didn't say any of those things. Why would you believe them?" And he's like, "I saw what you said." Yeah. And she's like, "No, I love you. Okay? I love you. And he's like, "Well, what did I see then? What did I see?" He's almost like, he's trying to fucking believe what she's fucking saying.
Yeah.
And that's the danger. Like, and that trial went a lot longer than it should have even fucking gone, bro.
Yeah.
At the very end, he's like, "What's going on here?"
Yeah.
And they started looking to his life, like, "Oh, was he really even faithful? Like, was he even a good guy?" They started looking to his life, and then at the very end, he's like, "What is going on here?
Yeah.
We know what happened. Why is there witnesses? Why is there fucking trial? Why is this thing being dragged on? Yeah. We know what happened. She was on video saying she wanted to kill me. Why are people looking into my life? Why am I being questioned? It should be simple. She needs to go to jail. Why are people looking at me?" And it's true. This guy had to suffer fucking so much more. Not only the fact, I can't imagine my girl, if I saw my girl being like, "Yeah, can we kill that motherfucker? Can we kill that bitch? ASAP?" The guy's like, "Well, when do you want to do it?" "Can we do it fucking ASAP? Like, Jesus Christ, can we do it in 2 days?" I'd be fucking heartbroken. On top of that, the cops being like, "What about you, though? Like, what about me?
Yeah.
What did I do? She's the one doing this shit."
Yeah. It's like, what made her do that shit? What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What are you talking about?
I do shit, dog.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking terrible, dog. I think I've seen that. I've seen that that whole thing.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. It is fucking crazy, bro.
Listen, like I said, our SoulPrimos, we love y'all. We love our SoulPrimos. Y'all can be crazy as well, man.
Speaking of SoulPrimos, though, this next case involves a SoulPrimo. An ex-SoulPrimo.
Wait, what?
No, I'm saying like just a female.
Oh, I thought it's what we know.
No, imagine.
I was like, Lily. I was like, Lily, come on, man.
It involves a female.
Yes.
You ready for this next one, though?
Yeah, show me. Take me on a ride.
All right. Picture this, cousins. Texas.
I'm already overwhelmed.
Yeah, you're already like, stop.
No, Tex-Mex.
Picture this, boys and girls. Texas. Early 2022.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
No.
Like 2 years ago. There is a young woman, 35-year-old woman named Caitlin Armstrong, who's a very, very nice yoga teacher. Community loves her. Everyone around her loves her. Everyone thinks she's a fucking saint. You know, she's a yoga teacher. She's a yoga instructor. Harmless, right? She has a boyfriend of 4 years named Colin Strickland, who's a year older than her, right? Colin Strickland. But for 4 years, she's telling people that they're boyfriend or girlfriend. But he's like, no, we're like on and off again. You know what I mean? Like there's months that we're not together. I don't know why she's telling people that we're together. There's months we break it off. We break it off. Like I don't know what she's telling people. Like we're on and off again, okay? Yes. On and off again. It comes to heed, May 2022. Right? Colin's like, hey, I think I'm done with this. I don't want to be with you anymore. Caitlin goes, what are you talking about? I thought we were going good. Colin's like, no, we're not going good, dude. I'm done with you. I do not want to be with you anymore. But we can still be friends, okay? Because they're all athletes. So Caitlin's a yoga instructor. Colin is a professional cyclist, And Colin's like, we can still be friends, okay? Just relax. Caitlin's like, okay. Well, I can still come over. Well, we still have dinner, right? Every week? Colin's like, yeah, I guess. Colin starts talking to this 25-year-old woman, 10 years older than both of them, that is also a professional cyclist. They start hanging out. They start getting closer. Colin's like, man, this girl's pretty cute. Like, I think I like her a lot. Obviously, Mariah, her name is Mariah Wilson. It's like, man, this older guy, bro, we have similar interests. He's hot. I like him. He's chill. I think this is it. I think this might be my relationship. Yeah. They start getting closer. Caitlin Armstrong catches wind of this. She tells Mariah, stay the fuck away from my boyfriend. Mariah's like, why? I thought you guys weren't together anymore. Colin told me you guys weren't together anymore. She's like, stay the fuck away from him. She's like, oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Mariah tells Colin. Colin's like, we're not together anymore. She's fucking crazy. She's fucking crazy. Don't listen to her. We can still hang out. Mariah's like, okay, for sure. Caitlin and Colin have dinner again, right? And this is in the records. They start talking about Mariah. And then Colin's like, bro, can you stop telling people that we're together? We're not together, okay? Caitlin's like, fine. Just as long as you don't fucking fuck with that Mariah girl. Colin's like, and what if I am? Caitlin says, I'll kill her. Colin's like, shut the fuck up. You're okay. Caitlin, I think this might be our last dinner together. You're weirding me out. I hope you have a good life. Please. Just move on. Caitlin stays quiet. A couple days later, Caitlin shows up to Mariah's house at a mutual friend's house. This is a tight-knit community, Joel. This is a tight-knit community. Cyclists, people that do yoga, Pilates, they're all really tight-knit in this Texas community. They're at a mutual friend's house. Mariah's there. Caitlin pulls up. Hey, Mariah, can I talk to you? Mariah's like, okay, yeah, what's up? Caitlin pulls out a gun. Bink, 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 bink. Shoots her several times. Mariah is deceased at the scene. Caitlin Armstrong, this yoga teacher, proceeds to flee the country. She flies to Costa Rica. She spends close to $7,000, Joel, on plastic surgery to evade the police. Tell me why it takes them 2 months to catch her in Costa Rica. They catch her at a hostel because a local recognized her from the fucking news. Because a local went up to her and was like, I already called the cops. I can't say that to stay here. So she said the local Costa Rican was talking to her in Spanish. Ay, ¿dónde está la tienda? And Caitlin was like, what? ¿Qué? No. Took out her phone and started, translating on her phone to communicate with this woman. Enough time that the cops arrived and caught her ass, dog. They caught her, brought her back to America, and, they sentenced her to 90 years in prison here in America. They sentenced her to 90 years in America. And then the parents of Mariah Wilson, the victim, sued Caitlin Armstrong in a civil lawsuit. And the judge announced that Caitlin has to pay the family of Mariah $15 million.
$15 million?
$15 million, bro. $15 million. Not only does that include what they had to pay for judges, for lawyers, and police and professional investigators that had to fly to Costa Rica, but obviously the pain and the loss of a human life. $15 million, dog. And she got sentenced in 2023, a year later.
How much she get?
What do you mean? No, she got sentenced 90 years.
That's what I'm saying.
90 years.
90 years.
90 years and possibility of probation in 30 years.
Why not just make it? This is a small critique. If it's 90, let's make it life.
She's dying in prison.
Yeah, just make it life.
Yeah, she's dying in prison. And then a month into her facing her sentence, she's like, oh, I don't feel good. Oh my God, my body. So the prison sends her to a hospital, right? Because that's what they're legally obliged to do. She tries to jump a fence. She jumps a fence and a wall and sprints for about 2 miles. She tries escaping from prison. Isn't that crazy? Escaping from prison. Obviously they catch her, but this degenerate, she flees the country, gets plastic surgery on her face, tries to flee a prison and escape from a prison all over some dick, bro. All over a guy. And I Googled a picture of this guy. He's not that cute.
Yeah.
Bro. And she murdered a human being over a guy, over some dick, dog.
Yeah.
She's 30. She was 35 at the time. This girl was 25.
Yeah.
Dog, it's insane, bro. All these people are white.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Let it be known. All these
people are white. This white woman yoga teacher. And when you see her in the photos that they took in court and prison, bro, she looks like a yoga teacher. But
she's scared.
But she was capable of such heinous acts, bro. This motherfucker, Colin Strickland, better have the best dick on planet Earth.
Yeah, I better fucking say, I want to see that dick. Just as a detective, you know what I'm saying?
Dog, and I wrote this in my notes. I'm like,
don't say fire ass day. Don't say fire ass day.
Look, I wrote all the details, and at the end, I'm like, all for some dick. Offer some dick.
Fire ass dick, fool.
Come on,
You
man.
know, it's funny. Every time I think about escaping prison, I think about one other spot.
What?
Alcatraz.
Oh, yes.
You've been to Alcatraz?
Yeah. No, but I've seen it.
You
I've
ever been to
visited
Alcatraz?
I've never been on the island.
I've been to Alcatraz, dude. I've been to the fucking building. I've been to
Really?
the fucking room where those guys, there was two brothers and another guy. And then they were able to fucking fool. Not even fool. This guy were smart guys, man. One of them was a painter. And what they did is they fucking used a spoon to break down, like, there was like the air vent. They broke it down, right? And then every night, though, there's a patrolman looking around like, hey, you good? You good? Fucking, yeah, he's asleep, whatever. So every night he would break down the fucking spoon until the air vent would just fucking fall apart. There was like a vent, right? With little fucking like bars and shit. Mm-hmm. So once it was completely off, he was also a painter. So he painted on a piece of cardboard exactly how it looked like, right? So he would put the cardboard painting of the little fucking vent on top of the open gap where the vent used to be. So if a guard passed by, it would just be like, okay, cool, right? Not only that, I forgot what they used, but I mean, you know the story.
Yeah.
They had beds, and they've got these fake heads, and they painted and they put fake hair, I think. I don't think it was real hair, but I don't know where the fuck they would get fake hair from. They used something to look like fake hair, and then they put that fucking mask of fake hair and like they painted it to look like a fucking eyes and mouth and shit. Mm-hmm. If you look at it just looks like right. Yeah. But if you're a guard
in
passing
nighttime,
by, you're a guard passing by,
lights are
like,
off.
That fool's just asleep, right?
Yeah.
Was asleep. So they did that, and then they escaped through the vent, and they all met up outside, right? And they're like, holy shit, we're fucking outside. Let's get out of here. But the thing about Alcatraz, it's in the middle of the fucking water, of the fucking ocean. Not even the ocean. I don't say the ocean because the city is like over there. And I don't know how far it is. I don't think it's a mile. But swimming in that fucking freezing cold water I don't think anybody can survive that. So the thing about the Alcatraz people, the people that broke out of Alcatraz, is they escaped, but also there's no signs of what happened to them afterwards. People don't know if they died, if they drowned. There was like a documentary that happened like, I think even 10, 15 years ago of a picture of them in the South somewhere. And then they took it to like a detective or a cop or detective. And then someone had a picture of these people and they were like, do you think these are the people that escaped Alcatraz? Do you think these are the brothers? And then the detective was like, I think it's time to round up the troops and go for a search. But there was never anything found in these fools, right?
Yeah.
And, escaping prison is a hard thing to do. El Chapo seems to be like...
well, that's it, yeah. And it's funny that you talk about Alcatraz because, yes, I visited Alcatraz many times, or I've seen it, in San Francisco. But it reminds me of a story that I haven't told on any of the podcasts that it's kind of creepy, but at the time I didn't know it was creepy. So, you know how I went to like summer camps in Wyoming, Montana, like every summer in my high school years,
Yes.
So the summer before I got to 9th grade, we went camping in Wyoming, and then because Wyoming, Montana's right above Wyoming, so you can just cross borders, and there's no border control or anything because it's just wilderness. You know what I mean? So we travel up to Montana. We have a great day hiking and stuff like that. 3-4 p.m. comes around, and we're just like, "Hey, counselors, you guys said that you were going to take us to this waterfall. We want to see a waterfall." And it's so crazy looking back at it because most of the camp counselors that I had were like 22, 23, 24 years old.
Yeah.
Which at the time I thought they were adults. But now looking back at it, I'm like, bro, they were kids themselves, bro. What the fuck? Like, so they kept saying like, no, we're going to. And then finally they're like, hey, we had it planned. We've been planning this trip for about a year. A couple of weeks ago, a teenager died at the base of the waterfall. It's really tragic. Do you guys still want to go? And obviously, me and my other campmates, we're from the hood, bro. We're from the ghetto. You know what I'm saying? So we're like, yeah, of course, yes. We want to see a waterfall. Like we only see these in movies and books and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
We want to go see this, right? So they're like, okay, are you sure? And we're like, yes. So we get to this base of this waterfall, and the waterfall is out in the distance on the horizon. It's a gorgeous, huge waterfall, but then it becomes a river. But then there's about like a 40-foot ledge. 40-foot ledge that goes like that, and then the river keeps going, right? The water through all these years, these hundreds of years, has corroded the rock and made a death swirl in the rock. You just see like this plain, this calm river, and then it goes like that into this rock, and then it continues, and it's a calm river again. And it kind of look to paint the picture for you. It kind of looks like when you go to a water park, and you see the water at the top of the slide spewing, and the water it's spewed so hard that it turns white. It's like that. That's how it looked. Just like the pure weight of the river becoming this death swirl. And we get there, we see it, and we hear it's so loud. It's so loud, this death swirl. And we look next to it, and we see a shrine for the teenager that died there a couple weeks before. So immediately, my fellow campers are like, holy shit, someone really did die here. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
And you see the shrine, and then next to it is this death swirl. Like this is before iPhones came out, right? So we couldn't just be like, we couldn't film it. So I had a fucking those CVS pharmacy cameras that you had to like twist the knob like and take photos of. So that's what I did, right? And then it kind of hit me and my friends like, oh my God, someone did die here. Like, and this swirl is very scary. Because we're like 13, 14 years old, right? So we're like, this swirl is very scary. And we're just admiring because the waterfall in the distance looks very beautiful. There's a bunch of tourists here. The shrine is very beautiful. And we're like, okay, all right. And the camp counselors kind of noticed that we're kind of like quiet and they're like, okay, it's time. Let's just keep walking along the river. So we walk along the river and stuff like that. 5-6 minutes later, we see something like bobbling in the water like this, right? And it's orange. It's bright orange. And there's like sticks coming out of it. And my buddy was like, oh, I could grab it. Like I could just go through this water. This water's not that deep. I could just grab it. And counselor's like, no, you don't do that. You'll get in trouble. Don't do that. And he's like, but that's orange. Like that's trash. My friend was like, don't you guys pray, like keep fucking preaching that we have to clean the nature and environment? That's fucking trash. And the counselor's like, yes, I'll get it. You're right, I'll get it. And he takes his shoes off, his socks off, and he wades in the water. He's walking towards it. He picks it up, and it's a orange jumpsuit from a prison, tied at each end. On the sleeve, this sleeve, on the pant legs, as a floating device. And it says Montana State Prison or whatever on the back, and a number along the back. It's tied using wire, each opening. It was used as a floating device for an escapee. So we're just like, we're already creeped out from the teenager that died up there by the waterfall. And then we see this. It was like, it was a little too much for like little 13 and 14-year-old boys and girls to handle. So the camp counselor calls the state park ranger. The ranger calls the cops. And we have to stay there until our camp counselor can give his report. His report about how he found it. And he's like, yeah, inmate did escape a month ago. They escaped a month ago. And my counselor came back and was like, yeah, the inmate escaped a month ago. They can't find him. And we have to camp in those campgrounds. So we're so fucking scared that my poor counselors had to they had to take turns staying up at night
to
sit in front of our tents.
That's terrifying.
I mean, and God bless them. They took turns, and every time a kid got scared, they would open the zipper, and at least one camp counselor was sitting there like, "What's up? Are you guys okay?" And they took turns, and God bless them. I miss them so much, and I love them so dearly. But dog, isn't that crazy, bro? This wasn't just one day, bro. This is like a 4-hour span.
Did any of them get annoyed? Like, shut the fuck up. No one's here.
No. No one's here.
No one's here.
Well, that's what you said. Shut the fuck up. The cop said he escaped a month ago.
Why the fuck would he want you? God damn.
Oh my God. Y'all ain't even cute like that. What the hell?
Shut the fuck up. Just drinking into my tent. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God, Melvin. If you fucking make some more noise, bro, I'll kill you my fucking self, dog.
That's what I imagine it being like. You being like, And they're like, shut the fuck up. Damn.
What is he gonna get us? Oh my God.
He get you ugly ass. Shut the fuck up,
dog.
bitch.
When they told us we were gonna help inner city kids, we didn't expect pussies.
That's fucking you, dog.
Where is he? We didn't scream and yell. Yeah. We all just were quiet. We were just like, whoa.
I would have been quiet too.
Because it wasn't the experience. Obviously, the experience is that when we saw the shrine for the teenager, that we got quiet and we're just like, that's scary.
Yeah.
Because we're 4 feet from this death swirl. If any of us just slipped or fell or got pushed, like, that's crazy. And then when we saw the orange jumpsuit from prison, we thought it was awesome. We were just like, holy shit.
Of course.
Yo. We thought it was the fucking coolest thing ever. Until it was 1 a.m. and it was pitch black in the middle of the wilderness. That's when it really hit us. You get what I'm saying? That's when we were just like, holy shit. Because, your mind plays tricks on you, especially at such a young age and shit like that. And that's when it really fucking scared us. Because in the daytime, we thought it was the coolest thing ever.
At night, that's when the real men pop up.
That's when my camp counselor like, shut the fuck up. In the daytime, like, don't worry, children. In the night, shut the fuck up.
Stop being a bitch.
I wish that motherfucker would pull up right now. Take y'all motherfuckers.
Just drinking fucking power. Shut the fuck up.
They're just like, the camp counselor's just fucking and making out and shit like that.
And you're trying to fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
Fucking the principal and shit.
Yeah,
that's the best.
No, but yeah, dude, that reminds me of I got reminded because the Alcatraz story, they used their jumpsuits as like floating devices.
That's very smart. I feel like the guys from Alcatraz should have done that because I feel like they all died. But I don't think they did also.
Well, there's a very viral clip that I saw a couple months ago that's it's common knowledge, I guess, but if you fall in water and you can't swim, or even if you can't swim but you're like in the middle of nowhere, you got to take your pants off in the water, take them off, and then you take them out above the water and you just go like that, tie it up with your belt, and then tie a knot on each loose end, and it could be used as a floating device for up to an hour.
Yeah, but what if the water is freezing?
Well, that's the thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially in the San Francisco Bay, bro. That water is cold as fuck. There's ice on the rocks.
But what makes me think that like they did it, they got away, is like when you get to the shore from San Francisco to Alcatraz, it's not that far.
It's not.
It's not that far.
That water be choppy though.
I know it's cold, it's freezing. Sometimes it might be fucking very intense.
Choppy.
Yes. But damn, I feel like if you're on adrenaline, you're fucking. You just escaped the fucking prison.
Not only
you might be able to make
exactly. Not only adrenaline, but like, if I get caught, I am never seeing the sun ever again.
Yeah. If
I get caught, I'm never escaping again. And all I have to do is keep swimming for another 30 minutes and I can make it to freedom. I feel like that'll add the little oomph.
Fuck 30 minutes. I think if you swim hard for 10 minutes, you're free, baby. It's not that far, 30 minutes. It's like if you swim hard for 10, 15 minutes, you're probably going to make it.
And it's like, for those of you who don't know, like, because we visited San Francisco.
Yeah.
You can stand on a pier and you could see Alcatraz in the distance. It's not like far away. It's like literally right there.
Yeah.
And
a boat. You could take a boat ride. I mean, the boat fucking tour is like you're on it for like a little bit, and then you're there, and then I get the.
It's so crazy, bro. This has nothing to do with crime or breaking out. I'll just share this story. When I was 16, Red Bull. Shout out to Red Bull, dog. Red Bull had this competition called Red Bull King of the Rock, where they try to find the best one-on-one basketball player and in the country.
Yeah.
And they would take the final 60 players and they would play one-on-one against each other in a tournament on Alcatraz. Have you heard of that?
No, what the fuck?
Yeah, so I was 16, so this is 20. This must have been 2011.
Alcatraz.
Yeah, I swear to God. Look at Google it. 2011, 2012.
What are they doing on Alcatraz, man?
They built fucking basketball courts on Alcatraz. Dude, they built
Al Capone was on Alcatraz, man. They got people like you on Alcatraz.
Bro, no, I didn't make it. I didn't make it. So I was 16, right? And they had tryouts everywhere. Oakland, LA, Venice, New York, Chicago, all that shit. So I asked my sister, because this is before I even had my license. So I must have been 15 years old, bro. And I was just like, can you take me to Venice? They have these tryouts. I want to fucking try out. And my sister was like, yeah, you won't make it. I was like, no, I fucking will. I'm really good at fucking basketball, and especially one-on-one. And she was like, fine, but you owe me. I was like, yeah. So she drives me to fucking Venice, and I get there. You know, Venice basketball courts are legendary. They're worldwide legendary. And I fucking get there. I'm like 15 years old. And my sister's like, I was like scared. I was like, are you gonna come with me? She's like, nah, I'm gonna go see these shops and shit and go to this cafe. And I'm like, you won't come with me? She's like, no. And I was just like, okay. And I was like 15, and there's like just these grown ass fucking men, these ex-college athletes, ex-professional athletes, ex-NBA players and shit like that. And I was just like, I don't give a fuck, dog. I'm gonna show them that I'm fucking good, right? And I get up there and I sign up. Even the people that are signing up, like, what's your name? No, how old are you? 15? You're 15? What are you doing here? And I was like, I'm just trying out. They were like, okay, for sure. Here's your number. Here's your jersey. And and you had to, they really tried you out, bro. It was 5 rounds. You had to defeat 5 folks to get a ticket to go to Alcatraz. Jesus and then the guy came out on the mic and he was just like, there's a lot of you motherfuckers out here. He was cussing and shit like that. He's like, there's a lot of fucking motherfuckers. I don't know if there's hundreds and shit like that, but we're only going to take 10. So get ready, motherfuckers, right? And every time you played, there was a guy on the mic. When you were like playing one-on-one, they were like, oh, good pass. Oh, good shot. Oh, that shit was whack. That wasn't that fucking whack, everybody.
Boom,
like,
shakalaka.
It's crazy, right? Dog, tell me why I beat 3. I beat fucking 3, dog. And everyone's like, and the guy's like, make some noise for the youngest member of the fucking, yes, bro. And people are like fucking shaking my hand and shit. Like, I was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, bro, I'm gonna fucking make it to Alcatraz. It was such a dream of mine, you know what I mean? Bro, my 4th round was against this black gentleman who was 6'10", pure muscle.
6'10", oh my God, what a big boy.
At the time, I was on like 6'2". I wasn't as tall as I am now. I was on like 6'2". I wasn't muscular. I was just good at basketball, right? And I was tired because I had already fucking played 3 rounds. This motherfucker just annihilates me, obviously. And I'll tell him, I wish I knew his name to this day because he was very nice to me. He was very nice to me. Yeah. He looked at me and he said, oh my God, I don't want to kill you. I'm going to, but I don't want to. You know what I mean? Like, I could see that in his eyes. Like, his eyes were like, okay. And I tried my fucking best and he would just block the shit out of me and people would laugh and shit like that. And I'm like, fuck, all right, I can't go in. I have to just shoot playing the perimeter, like the 3-point line. I'd fucking go up there and he'd be like, pow! He would fucking knock me down. He would fucking just post me up and just fucking boom. I'd be like, fuck, dog.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When in life did you realize there were levels to things?
Oh, my middle school.
Yeah, but why?
Middle school with basketball. I think I was like one of the best basketball athletes, like good at basketball.
Yeah.
Great at basketball. And I started going to tournaments and I started realizing that there's just fucking levels to this shit, bro. There's fucking level. And I think we've talked about it in episode 2 of SoulPrimos about like the levels of basketball and stuff like that. And it's just like, bro, there's just fucking levels, dog.
Yeah.
And it's like, you could be a great writer, But then get you in a room with Quentin Tarantino, you're not gonna be shit.
You ain't shit.
You're not gonna be shit.
That's how I felt with like skating at one point. I thought I was fucking good, and then I hung around people that are like, you know, ollie, kick flipping over 13 stairs. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that. That's kind of like scary and stuff. And then people were like, oh, I just ollie this 14 stair. I'm like, that's like, you could break a bone.
Yeah.
And then they're like, I don't give a fuck about that shit, dog. And I'm like, oh, there's levels. There's complete levels.
Same with this guy, bro. So he annihilated me, right? I managed to like score 1 or 2 points on him. He made it to the 10 points so that you need to move it forward. And I'll never forget, I hate talkers. I'll never forget the guy on the mic. It was this chubby, short, black guy. He was good on the mic. I'll say this. He was good on the mic, right? Entertaining. The guy that I'm up against makes the final shot. Oh, and he's going to the next round. Yes, bro, make some noise for so-and-so. And I'm just like, I'm smiling, but I'm defeated, but I'm just like, man, this is cool, man. I'm at Venice Beach, bro. Like, I went past 3 rounds, bro. Yeah. I lost to this fucking titan of a human being, this Greek god of a human being, like that probably played professionally, you know what I mean? Like on some NBA teams. I felt good. I was starting my junior year. This is summer before my junior, so I was a 10th grader. I was like, man, I feel fucking good, man. I was like, I get to keep this jersey, you know what I mean? Because they give you a free jersey. I still have it in my room. And this guy on the mic goes, he grabs my shoulder and he's like, hey, bro, you just got to get better, man. You just got to get better. And I was like, what the fuck? Dog, I'm 15, bro. What the fuck? Like, I'm going to get better, motherfucker. Like, and the way he looked at me, like, it wasn't like, you have to get better, man. He was like, you just got to get better, man. Like with disgust. And I was like, motherfucker, you the guy on the mic, bitch. What the fuck? And I'm just like, all right, whatever. I didn't say anything. And then the guy I lost to, who's 6'10", and I have to look at him like this. He's like, hey, man. He goes like this, and I dap him up. He's like, good shit, man. I love your heart, man. Please. Dog, I love this shit. You're going to be okay, man. You're fucking dope, dog. And I'm like, thanks, man. And that's when I realized, bro, fucking talkers, dog. Because this big-ass motherfucker that just beat me didn't say a word. Wasn't talking shit. Just did his thing. And the only words that he said were sweet, kind, and fucking empowered me. Yeah. While this motherfucker's been talking all this shit all day, all he had to say to me was like, yo, just get better, man. Just get better. And it's just like, well, fuck you, dog. Like, it made me realize that, like, a lot of these motherfuckers that talk a lot, man, it's just like, dog, you ain't shit, man. It's like, and it's like, that big guy didn't have to say nice things to me, but he did. I still remember it. I'm saying it on a podcast, motherfucking 13 years later. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like you people will remember when you were nice to them. I think.
Oh, dude. 100%.
And people will remember when you were fucking a bitch to them.
Dude, listen, I don't want to make this about me, but I recently joined a boxing class.
Yes.
A boxing gym.
Yes.
Right? Yes. And then, like, the reason I joined this boxing gym is because I want to learn the technique. And also, I want to feel that feeling that I felt when I first joined a gym. Where I'm like, like I'm shy. Yes. I'm like, oh, I want to. When I first started working out, I just want to work out in the yoga room because nobody's there, right? So I just feel naked, right? So I felt that in the first day. And then, like, I got to, you know, talk to some of the guys, and then, like, some of the coaches there, I got to meet with them. And then I've been going there for, like, a week and a half now. And there's some guys that just, like, it's just so weird when you put in this environment where you're just, like, it's everything's so new, and you don't know people. And for me, I'm like, oh, this is what I want. This is what I want. Just an environment where I'm so uncomfortable. New people, I have nothing in common with them. Fucking maybe just the boxing thing, but like I don't know them. Fucking for me, I'm like everybody, and I feel like everybody now that I talk to, it's like, oh, you work with, oh shit, you work with Warren, all right, cool. You work with this comment, or you do a pod. It's like I want just to know somebody because it's something completely different than what I do. I just want to suck at something and someone just be like, hey, bro, you should try this, right? So. There's like 2 guys that I met, in this boxing class. You know, one of them, his name is Nathan, right? And then I see him move around in the boxing gym, and it's crazy because I'm shadow boxing. I'm new. I'm shadow boxing, learning, and I see this fucking guy move around, and I'm like, holy shit, this guy moves so beautiful. Everything's so fluid. Da, da, da. He's moving his hands like fucking quick, dip, bobbing. I see him sparring. I'm like, this guy's fucking good, man. And then like at the end of like the gym class of whatever, he comes up to me. He's like, hey bro, what's your name? And I'm like, oh, I'm Joe, man. He's like, bro, yeah, I see your technique on the bag. It's really nice, dude. Like, you been here for a couple of days? I'm like, yeah, I'm new, so I'm just trying to learn as much as I can, right? And he sparked the conversation with me, and for me, it meant a lot. For him, it might be just like, oh, I'm just being whatever. I'm just like whatever. But for me, I'm like, bro, like you're so good at what you do, and you're just being nice to me and talking to me, and for me, that means a lot. I'm just like, bro, I respect that. I was like, I appreciate you. You know what I mean? Because like, especially being like a new, because I don't remember the last time I felt like so like, what's the right word? I felt so
out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, I guess so. I just out of the comfort zone. Uh-huh. I felt so completely out of my comfort zone, right? So it's been a while since I just felt like new at something, shitty at something, and sucky. And I'm like, I'm okay. I just want to learn, right? And it was so nice to have someone that's so far ahead of me being like, hey, bro, you're doing good. That's not bad, right? And then like we talk, and like every time now I see him, I'm like, hey, like he's so nice. Hey, what's up, Joe? Like, I'm like, what's up, Nate? How you doing, bro? It's like, I see you like, oh, you've been fucking working. You've been working hard, and we just talk. So it's like it's nice to see the humility with some people that almost they see themselves in another person, because like when you start something new from scratch, obviously I feel like everybody's gonna be like shy and shit. But when someone has like just the maturity just to be like to reach out to someone and be like, hey bro, like I see what you're doing. You're killing it. You're doing good. You know, I've been there before. And this guy, I'm telling you, if you saw this guy, you'd be like fucking, oh shit. It's like a guy in stand up, like it's like headlining and be like, hey bro, you're good, bro. That must be like, ooh.
Oh yeah.
You must be like, oh shit. Oh. Yeah. You must go home and be like, dude, I'm on the right path.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
So thinks I'm going.
Exactly, right? And this guy's just fucking moving fluid and shit.
Yeah.
So I only say that just to be like, you know, what he was saying. And like, there's some people out there that are fucking nice and kind. And also to try new things, man. To try things where you just feel so uncomfortable. Because I wanted to join a boxing gym for a while. But I was always like scared. Scared because it's been a while since I'm not great at anything. It's been a while since I sucked though at something. And I went in there and I was like, oh, I suck. And that's not a opinion, it's a fact. I went in there and I sucked. And it was very humbling to see other people that are so much better be like, hey bro, you should try this or try this. Just for the sake of being like, oh, like I know he's trying to get better. Let me help him out. It was very humbling. So any primos watching this, I recommend trying something new. It's nerve wracking. It can, you know, it can heighten your anxiety, but it's also if you try something positive that's new. Like for this, it's kind of like cardio and working out, and it's a skill. So if you're trying something new that's beneficial to you, surround yourself with people that are gonna fucking motivate you and are better than you. You know what I mean? And like if you're a comedian, the same thing too. Try to get homies that are fucking better than you. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like fucking down the road and shit. You know, it just trying new things is just a fucking good feeling, bro. That's what I want to preach right now. It's just like trying new things is fucking a beautiful thing. Like I was good at skating one time, hung out with fucking skaters that were better than me. But then I got out of skating because I got injured, and I was like, what the fuck? I don't want to be a professional skater. I don't want to be a boxer, but I want to learn a new skill. And like, I have people around me that are just like, hey bro, try this, that are fucking kind and sweet. Mm-hmm. And they know that I don't want to be a boxer, but they're just still like, I see you coming every day and trying. and I want to help you out, you know, because they're fucking good people, man. Just surround yourself with fucking good ass fucking
Look,
people.
it's like that phrase, bro. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Oh hell yeah,
You know
100%.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's you just, if you want to get better at someone, so better at something, you have to surround yourself with people who are better than you at that particular thing.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? If you want to be kinder and sweeter, you have to surround yourself with kind, sweet people.
Yeah.
If you want to fucking be a better runner, you have to surround yourself with great runners.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
But I want to challenge our audience to feel that. To feel that feeling of, like I said, when you're in the gym, when I started in the gym, I thought everybody was looking at me. I thought I was so insecure. I would want to just go to the yoga room and just work out in the yoga room by myself. I thought everybody was like, what the fuck is this newbie doing, right? And at the end of the day, no one's looking at you. When I go to the gym, I know who's new, right? Because the way they move and the way whatever. But I'm never like, I'm always like, that's me a couple years ago. Fuck yeah, bro. That's me a couple years ago when I was like, I don't like the way I look. I want to change something about myself. You know, anybody that's starting new at the gym, you know, I think there's so many insecurities. You go to the gym, you see people like around you. You think there's so many people around you. You think people are looking at you because everybody knows what they're doing. Everybody's deadlifting, fucking. You're like, oh fuck, I don't want to embarrass myself. If people see you and if they're experienced and they look at you, they're gonna admire you because they're gonna see a part of themselves within you.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that part where they're just like, where they realize, I want to change something about myself. I want to do something differently. Everybody knows that feeling where you just look at yourself in the mirror and you're just like, I want to change. I need something different. Everybody like admires the efforts of change, because change is so hard. You know, whether it just be physical or mental or emotional. If you want to be a happier or a more positive person, if you vocalize that, people around you that care are going to be like, dude, I fuck with that because I want to do that too. People should want to fucking embrace that. You know what I mean? Every time you want to change a piece of yourself, if you have the right people around you, they should want to embrace that because they should want that for themselves too. Yeah. If a homie was like, if you were like, bro, I want to think more positively about myself. I want to think more positive about life. I'd be like, bro, hell yes. Let me join you, bro. Let me do this with you, bro. Because I want to do the same shit too. Yeah. You know? So I challenge everybody that follows us to try something new, try something different, try something positive, not just new, but positive for you. You know, maybe try a new hobby or try anything that's positive.
Or go to that gym that you've been scared of, or go try that restaurant that you haven't been doing. That you've always wanted to go to, or hit up that one person that you've been crushing on, bro. Like it's just do something that'll take you out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's positive.
It doesn't have to be like physical, like gym. It's just anything that takes you out of the comfort zone. Above all, like you said, if you want, if there's a girl that you're just like, oh, she's so cute.
Or a guy.
Yeah, stop thinking about it. Just be like, hey, DM, hey, bro, I think you're fucking cute. I think you're beautiful. Love to go out with you.
What's the worst thing to say? No.
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all. No, thank you. Most of these people are polite. They're gonna be like, no, thank you. I'm not interested.
Yeah, and bro, that's fine. In life, you get a lot of no's and yes. Yeah, like you might dude, in career wise and fucking.
All you need is one yes. You can knock on 1,000 doors, whether it's for your career, your job, your significant other. You can knock on 1,000 doors. All you need is one yes.
Yes.
All you need is one partner. All you need is one yes that hires you for your dream career. All you need is one employer that hires you for your dream job. That's all you need. You just need one yes.
Yeah.
You just need one yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking true, man. It's true. And
like at the boxing gym, all you need is one person. I guarantee you were feeling iffy about it for the first couple days. That guy just solidified you, and I'm sure that you're going to stay there for a long time.
Shout out to my partner, Jackie, because I was like, fuck, dude. I told her the same thing I told you. I was like, fuck, I'm nervous. I'm shy. I'm fucking like, I feel like, you know, I want to do it because I want to suck at something. I want to just be like, I want that feeling of being like shy because I want to grow a little bit. I want to try something new. And she was like, "Dude, fucking do it. What are you doing? Like, do it." And she pushed me to do it, and I did it. And after the first day, I was like, I'm so happy I fucking did this shit. So happy I fucking did this shit. And it doesn't mean like the next day I'm like, hey, what's up? Hey, I'm Joe. I'm just like, I'm trying something. I'm going for it, you know?
I know, dude. I feel like that's what I've been lacking. Like the story that I said about playing basketball in Venice to go to Alcatraz, bro. I used to be just so fucking outgoing. I used to be like, fuck it, let's just fucking do it, bro. No matter how scared I was. I feel like these past couple of years, I'm just like, I'm not going to do that, you know.
Okay, what's the one thing you want to try then?
Nothing.
I did everything.
I've done a lot for a 20-year-old, bro. I've done quite a lot for a 28-year-old. But
what's something you would like to try? Oh shit! Whatever, fuck it.
I'd like to try. I mean, I don't really have anything on my docket like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna start writing scripts again.
Ooh.
That's I wrote that down the other day. I'm like, I'm gonna start writing scripts again.
Yeah.
Because I'm a brilliant writer and I'm a brilliant storyteller. Like, not because you said it. I appreciate you saying it, but like.
Did I say that live?
No, I think I was wondering it was off camera.
Well, I want to say it when I was recording. You are a brilliant storyteller, dude. I swear to God. You have a way with words, homie. Like, I can't speak. I can't talk.
You can talk.
I can't talk. I can't speak. But you have a way with words. You're able to fucking relate to a fucking big audience. Your words just fucking are fluid when you speak. You're able to tell a story, regardless if it's sad, if it's fucking miserable, if it's happy, or if it's fucking inspirational. You can tell a story and you can relate it to a broader audience. It's like, I don't want to compare you to Joe Hogan.
Yeah.
Joe Hogan, what made him huge in the MMA scene is that he took something as complicated as jiu-jitsu and he was able to explain it to the common man, which is why at a certain time Joe Rogan was so beneficial to the growth of the UFC, right? And everybody agrees on that shit. Dana White, the president of UFC, was like, jiu-jitsu is a complicated sport, but Joe Rogan was able to break it down. You can take some complex subjects, complex cases, complex anything, and you're able to speak about it in a way where everybody can fucking understand. And you're so your words are so powerful, and you speak so eloquently. You didn't even fucking realize that shit, dude. And I mean, I'm not even fucking around.
Cheers. I love you. I love our SoulPrimos. Do you want to hit? What'd you say? Do you want to hit? Do you want to hit me? 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 Want to end it?
How much does that say?
43.
43?
Yeah.
Okay. 10 more. 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Because out of all the shit that I've said tonight.
Yeah.
Out of all the shit that we've said tonight.
Yes.
I might have the worst case of the night.
What?
Okay,
shit.
All right.
Let's do it.
And I told you I wouldn't want to bring this up.
I know.
Because it might be
too
too
sad.
sad.
Yeah, you did mention it.
But I feel like, we got to.
Yeah.
Fag. So there was a case back in the day.
Yeah.
And based on whatever the evidence that I've heard, it's like BC or whatever. Or it's like, the actual year is not concrete. But there was a man, there was two friends that trusted each other. Two best friends that trusted each other. There was a lake, right? Okay. I don't want to get emotional.
No, it's okay.
There were two friends that trusted each other. Whew. And then there was like a little body of water, right, in between them. And then they wanted to cross this body of water. And one of them was like, let's just put a little branch between these two body of land, so we can cross a body of water. Mm-hmm. And then they were both like, okay, está bien, right? They're Latino.
Was this in Mexico?
I believe so.
Probably,
Mexico,
yeah,
right?
Okay.
And then one of them started walking on this branch, right? Mm-hmm. And then one of them started shaking the branch. And then the other guy, I think his name was Edgar or like whatever. His name was Edgar. He was like, "Hey, cabrón, cálmate, way," right?
He was telling him to chill.
Yeah, he was telling him to chill.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, "Okay, well, fine, whatever." The man that was in trouble got his little footing a little bit. He stood up, started trying to walk a little bit. And then the other man was like shaking that shit. Right? To some people, it might be just like, oh, you're just shaking a branch. For Edgar, it was everything. It was his lifestyle. It was his fucking life. It was his like foundation. And he was like, "Ya cabrón, espérate, güey, cálmate, güey," right?
It was life or death.
It was life or death. For the friend, it was a joke, which is a very dangerous position to be in. It was a joke. And then he started shaking it so hard, or the other guy couldn't even keep his footing. And then he was like, "Yahweh, por favor. Yahweh, pinche pendejo. Yahweh, por favor."
He was pleading for his life. He was pleading for his life.
Yeah, he was. So he was saying, "Yahweh, pinche pendejo. Yahweh, por favor. Yahweh." And he fucking fell down into this body of water. And then he got up out of the water. He was like, "Pinche stupidiota."
He was angry.
He was angry. He was hurt.
Betrayed.
He was betrayed by one of his best friends. How could you let me fucking... Why would you rattle the branch that I was standing on? And this was on YouTube. But this was on YouTube in the time where viral videos weren't like a common thing.
This was on YouTube?
It was called La Caída de Edgar.
Oh my God.
And it was in a time in YouTube where things like this weren't happening all the time. Things like this were not just like, "Oh, that happened? Dope. Next."
Has Netflix made a documentary about it yet?
What hurts is like, we've said so many cases today. A lot of them deserve the attention they got. All of them did. But I feel like Netflix fucked up. They forgot one fucking case.
La Caída.
La Caída
De Edgar.
de Edgar.
Oh. Anyways, guys. Hey, guys.
No, let's keep going.
What else am I going to say? I have nothing else to say.
I have one thing to say.
What? What are you going to say?
I have one thing to say. Chris Watts.
Chris Watts?
You know Chris Watts.
Refresh my memory?
Chris Watts is a man who had a family, had a beautiful family, beautiful wife, beautiful kids. He got in shape. He started to date.
I know who Chris Watts is.
He started to find sexual pleasure elsewhere.
Yes.
With the mistress you want.
This is in Denver.
Denver, you might say, right? Oh, they had troubles back and forth. The wife was a sweet wife. She was beautiful. She had a loving relationship with her kids. Yeah. She was a perfect mom. What more can you want from a mother?
Exactly.
She supports you as a husband. The kids love her. She lives and dies by the kid.
It's like 2 daughters.
Yeah. Cece and... Oh, I forgot the other one. I'm so sorry. It was Cece and something. This man decides, okay, I want to leave my wife.
For the mistress.
For the mistress. Any normal person would be like, okay, well, I just got divorced. I got to break up with the wife. This guy chose to go to the extreme, right? So every time they went on a trip, she would hit him up and be like, "Do you love me? Are we in love? what's going on. And he'd be like, of course I miss you. Of course I love you. I miss you so much. Yada, yada. That last trip, you know, he wasn't really reaching out. And then she was like, we got to talk. She gets back home like at 2 a.m. from a work trip. She's supposed to go somewhere else to the doctor, like in the morning, right? But in between that, they have a conversation early in the morning about the relationship, about the kids. She's saying, listen, you're not gonna see the kids again. According to him. Because they're breaking up, right? So he thinks the correct thing to do is to smother her, strangle her. He strangles her. And the sad thing is, there were no fight marks. There were no like battle marks on Chris Watts. There were no defense marks or anything. It was almost like she could not even believe that what was going on. It was almost like she was like, there's no way this is going on. This is my husband. He loves me. She was not fighting back. She did not fight back. She did not hit back. She took it. On paper, it looks like it.
Yeah.
But it's like, she just couldn't even believe that this could be happening. Mm-hmm. So he did that, right? And then he goes up to his daughters. Daughters are like, what's wrong with mommy? And then he's just like, oh, she's having a bad dream, right? So he puts his wife in a car, in a truck, backs up the truck into the garage, puts the wife in the truck, takes the daughters in the back seat. They go to this oil field where he's working at. He takes her out, buries her, goes back to the kids. One of the daughters is like, is what happens to mom gonna happen to me? And then she just fucking smothers her, kills her. And then the other daughter is like, what was happening to Cece gonna happen to me? And he just fucking smothers her too. Smothers both her daughter, puts her in his oil tank, right? Puts her in his oil tank. While that is happening, the wife is supposed to be up at a certain time.
Yeah.
Right? The neighbor calls the cops because she's like, my homie's not up at this time. She's supposed to be up. She's on medication. What is going on? The cops come, right? Cops call Chris. Like, hey, Chris, we're at your home. We're waiting for your wife is supposed to be up. No one's home. No one's responsive. We told her to make sure everything's okay. Chris is like, stay there. Do not open anything. Do not break open anything. Don't open the door. I'm going home. I'll be right there. They go up there and then they talk to Chris, and then they find out that they're going through a divorce. They're going through a split up, and then the cops are like, everything good? They're like, hey, it's going as good as it could be. They go to the neighbors because the neighbors like, I might have some fucking security footage of the same night of the last night because it happened like in one night. Yeah. The guy was like, I might have some security footage. So the cop is all through body cam footage, right? The security is being like, the neighbor is like, so this is what happened last night. This is Chris.
And Chris was there too.
Yes.
Chris was there.
Yes. And he's looking at this.
And he's like, okay.
And no, but he's like,
yeah, right. And then the cop is there and the neighbor is there.
Yes. The neighbor is saying, so this is Chris on backing up the truck and loading up the truck, right? He's loading something up. You can't really tell, but it's actually the wife, right? And it's cut off to a point. He goes deep into the garage where you can't really see. And then the cop is asking the neighbor, like, hey, okay. So the neighbor's like, he usually loads up here. Chris is silent. If you look at Chris, he's in the body cam. He's like this. He's like, yeah. He's stressed the fuck out. Yeah. He's overwhelmed. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He's shitting it, right? They see this whole footage, and then Chris is like, "Oh, I'm gonna go home," and because he's like a neighbor. Mm-hmm. Cop is like, I'm gonna talk to this guy real quick. The neighbor is like, I don't like the way he's acting. The cop is like, what do you mean? The guy's like, he's usually reserved, usually quiet. I hear him scream at his wife all the time. They scream at each other. But the way tonight he's acting like he's like yapping about every single little thing that's happening makes you think that he's trying to cover his tracks.
He did it.
This is exactly what the neighbor fucking said.
The neighbor was like, he did it. The cop was like, what?
Yeah, exactly. Before they had any evidence.
Yep.
This is exactly what the neighbor fucking did. The neighbors basically, I don't want to spoil anything. They fucking solved the crime before anybody else did. The next day after this crime happened, the news got involved.
This was the craziest part right here.
They interviewed Chris Watts. And Chris Watts was like, yeah, I miss my wife. Hopefully she gets home safe. It's crazy because like last night I was home and I was expecting her to be home and she wasn't home. But
God.
cold as you possibly can be.
Guys, ABC Denver interviewed this fool.
Yes, exactly. Cold-blooded.
And it's on YouTube. And he's like, I just want my wife and kids back. Like if he's some dog, like
he forgot them at a fucking store or some shit.
Or like he lost his wallet. Yeah, I just want my wallet back. Like, can I just get my wallet back? Like, hey, keep the money. I just need my cards and my ID. Like, come on, guys.
Bro, exactly.
That's how he talked.
Exactly. Bro, he was nonchalant. No real depth to what he was saying. He was just like, yeah, if you find them, let them know that I miss them. They should be back. It's funny because after that interview, he was immediately interrogated.
Oh, yeah. The cops were like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Get over here now.
They had to have a fucking reason. Like, after you watch some shit like that, like I said, if you haven't watched it, watch that shit. Everything will make sense after that. The cops were like on it after that shit because they were like, this fool.
Yeah.
When a shit like that happens, like the wife disappears or the wife dies or something.
Husband is
always the main suspect, but it's always because like it makes sense, right? The husband's closest to the
yeah.
But this one was like it makes sense. Also, this fucking interview, he looks like he does not give a fuck.
Yeah.
He looks like he just like lost his wallet or some shit. Oh, I forgot my shoes out here. If you can grab my shoes, that'll be crazy.
Yeah, like, look, man, I lost my backpack. I just want to know if my backpack's fine. Like, give me my backpack.
Exactly.
Like, that's literally how it was.
Yeah. So this is going back to Jim Can't Swim. Because Jim Can't Swim on YouTube did an incredible job at analyzing the interrogation methods of the detectives involved in this fucking case.
Yeah.
And there was like male and woman involved in this, especially the woman who was involved in the polygraph. And
oh, yes. Oh, you're talking about the detectives. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there was a female detective and a male detective that just utterly just cut this suspect up, just using their words and their techniques and just...
The woman who was in charge of the lie detector test,
she was the real champion.
She was a fucking killer, bro.
Because she came in. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
She came in. She was like, the lead detective was like, okay, so next we're gonna establish a polygraph. Are you cool with that? And the guy was like, yeah. He was like, okay, she'll be in here shortly. This woman comes in. She's like, hey, I'm just a polygraph person. I'm just gonna do this and put this wire up here and this and this and that. So she starts asking harmless questions, getting this guy's trust. She's the lead detective on this fucking shit.
Exactly.
She's like, bro, look, listen, man, I get it, man. Sometimes wives, I'm a female myself. Females can get annoying. I get it, dog. You see that part where she was like, yeah, I fucking get it, bro. These bitches crazy, dog. She was like, these bitches fucking crazy, dog.
There's a part where she mind fucks him because not only does he make him lower his guard, almost make her feel like he's on his side.
Yes.
Right? But there's a point where she's like, she almost like gives her credentials. She's like, okay, before I start this, I would graduate from this. I did this. I've been working on the field for this long, yada, yada. So as a fucking suspect who's guilty, you're like, okay, this person's legit. And then she was like, I just want to let you know, if you had nothing to do with this, then you should feel very comfortable. And if you did have something to do with this, it'd be very stupid for you to be here right now, right? So she said this to him, and he's like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah. But in his mind, he's like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
This is no joke. This is like a fucking experience.
Yeah.
Fucking, and even she could even like, she's telling the truth, but she could even be lying.
Yeah.
And that's even a fucking technique.
Yeah.
She could even be like, first time starting, but if she's like, I graduated from this, like I did this, I did this, it's just to create stress. Yeah. Stress on these fucking suspects. Stress on these persons of interest.
Yeah.
Stress.
It's what we talked about earlier. These detectives, bro, and these detectives in this particular situation were like the perfect 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
There's this big male detective. Okay, let me get the information. Yeah. And there's a sweet female detective. Like, what's up? What's going on?
Exactly. All right.
And boom, that's where they fucking. That's where the suspect fell, bro. Right
it's like.
there.
They did the lie detector test and he failed everything, right?
Failed everything, yeah.
And it's crazy because they came back, the detectives came back, and they talked to him about like how he failed everything, and they're also like, "Oh, okay, so you." The lady was like, "No, okay, bro." So before they do the lie detector test, the polygraph instructor gives him a test and he makes him lie on purpose, right? Mm-hmm. Right? About random shit, right? He makes him lie on purpose. And then she's like, okay, so you're a terrible liar. So, if you're a really bad liar. So that's good. That's really good. So she's like,
at this point, she's playing with her food.
Exactly, bro. She's like, thank God. You're such
just
a
so
bad.
You're so bad at this, I'm gonna feel so good when
And then Chris Watts is like, yeah.
Okay.
Like,
with this bitch ass sunglasses.
Yeah.
That you're gonna have on his head.
So she's like, it would be so foolish for you to be here now. So if you had anything to do with this crime, it'd be so foolish for you to be.
That. Yes.
And I was like, oh, but obviously he failed everything, right? Yeah. Failed everything. And then he was still denying shit, right? Yeah. So they were like, oh shit, your dad's here.
His father, I remember that part.
Your dad's here, right? We're gonna step out and then let you talk to your father. He starts talking to his dad. He starts like confessing, I say 80% of the truth.
Before you keep going, his father, I think one of the first things that he said was, what did you do? That's what he fucking said.
Yeah. And then she was like, and then he, being the scum that he is, he was like, I saw her strangle the kids.
Yes.
And he killed her.
Yes.
And then I flipped and I killed her. And he was like, you did what? Or he confessed. He was like, "Oh, mother of God!" And then after that, the detectives came right back in, and they were like, "What's wrong? What happened? You want to share what you just said?" Because
they're listening.
Of course. I feel like they felt like they were like by themselves, which is kind of weird to think like you're this camera. Yeah. But when you're in that situation, you don't
think that. And I'm pretty sure these professionals, they're not gonna put just a big camera on you. Like it's gonna be hidden.
There's no camera guy.
Yeah. A mic guy. Hey, can I get some sound right here?
What'd you say?
No, it's gonna be hidden. So they're gonna be like, okay, I'm in a private room. My father just walked in. He's just start the waterworks.
He starts confessing. But he's not man enough to be like, I killed this kid. He's saying my wife killed his kids.
Bitch ass. Yeah.
Like, he's still being a pussy. He's still being a piece of shit. Because, listen, I don't want to be vulgar and calling him a pussy, but like, bro, you destroy these people's lives. You destroy this life. You kill these people. Yeah. You killed your wife.
2 babies.
The mother of your children. And your children.
And your 2 babies. Yeah.
You deserve to rot in hell. Besides that, it's like you're trying to blame it on your ex-wife, on your wife. Just because you want to fuck some other girl. And I think everybody's thought process is like, bro, if you're unhappy, just leave.
Yeah.
You don't have to obliterate your fucking family. Just leave. And that's what I'm saying. What we were saying earlier, that with men, it's like, it's complete embarrassment for men how they can be so irrational sometimes. Because a lot of these times where things go so extreme, it's obviously men doing these things, right? And it's an embarrassment. And we just need to be smarter, and we need to be more educated, and we need to just fucking... We need to respect other people. Respect women. Respect everybody.
We just need... Men need to not be scoundrel pieces of shit. I think that's the key of it. This entire episode.
Am I tripping because like motherfuckers like Chris Watts, like, for so long he tried blaming it on his wife. Even after he got convicted, he was like, "Yeah, but my wife, like, she's the reason." And it took till he was like 3 years in, like, "Yeah, my wife didn't have anything to do with it." He still tried to blame it on her, right? And he destroyed his family because he thought he could start a new family. And it's also like, dude, how stupid are you? Right? You think murder is the answer? Are you fucking kidding me? There's like 50 other alternatives. Just be like, hey, I'm not happy. Divorce.
Or just do how like men used to do in the 70s, just run away.
Yeah.
What I mean? Oh, my dad went to go for a pack of cigarettes and never came back.
Exactly. It's like, just leave, divorce. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. Mm-hmm. It's that simple. Mm-hmm. And the fact that, dude, he said that the last thing his daughter said to him when he watched him smother his other sister, he was like, "Hey, daddy, is that gonna happen to me?" And then he just fucking smothered her.
No, man, I hope that fool's facing the worst of humanity in that prison cell, dog. I hope that fool's every night is experiencing the fucking worst.
I'm telling you, man, he had like... Some people are like conflicted because like he had the perfect life, and some people are like, well, he wasn't happy. I'm like, who gives a fuck if he wasn't happy? If you're not happy, just leave. Like an adult, just be like, oh, I'm not happy as a husband. You could still be a great father and not be.
Yeah, just divorce. Just fucking divorce, bro.
That's it, baby. That's it. Divorce just divorce, and that's it.
Yeah.
You don't have to obliterate your fucking family.
That's what I'm saying, bro. These people, because we discussed a lot of piece of shit women, a lot of piece of shit men and women.
Yeah.
In this episode, bro.
What are our final thoughts about this?
And I want to say that's the point. So we discussed a lot of piece of shit men and women, and I get reminded by the quote for Los Angeles. And I know that we have a lot of cousins out there that are from other places, not Los Angeles, and the rest of the country, rest of the world. But there's a phrase. So there's 10 million people living in Los Angeles County, right? And Los Angeles gets a bad rap for people being fake and mean and backstabbing and shit like that. But I believe, and a lot of people believe, that out of the 10 million people, I would say maybe like a million are pieces of shit.
Yeah.
But there's 9 million people who are chill and loving and kind. It just so happens that these million are the loudest.
Well, I mean,
they make the most noise. They make the most ruckus. So, hearing these stories, it might seem like the world is miserable and tough and evil. No, it's not. The majority of the world is good. The majority of the world is kind and loving. It just so happens that the people who do evil, it's just the loudest. It's just the loudest. It's just the loudest. It gets the most media attention. That's it. But the majority, I feel this in my fucking heart and bones. The majority of the world, they're kind, loving human beings. It's just these little stragglers that make the most noise.
Well, brother, let's be real. Let's be real. When people think about Los Angeles, LA people, they think about like a very small percentage of what makes LA people.
Let's think about Beverly Hills, West LA,
When I think about Los Angeles, I think about my tío that live in West Hollywood that try to make a fucking living, that work hard. That's what I think about. I think about the people that came to work hard. There's so many people that come from unprivileged backgrounds that come to LA. And no one gives a fuck about them. They just, every time people think about LA, oh, LA's fake and LA's fucking weird. Yes, because you're only trying to hang out with people that are fucking comics.
Because you've hung out with 10 different people and they're all just money hungry and fame hungry. And you go to
celebrity parties and all you want to give a fuck about is people that are trying to be famous as fuck.
Yes.
There's 99.5% of people in LA are regular people like you and me
just
that just want to live life, want to support their families, want to live life, want to be happy, want to fucking go on vacations every so often, want to spend time with their fucking mothers.
And it's just the people who say that LA is fucking whack and weird and backstabbing are the 0.5% that have the largest following.
Exactly.
That's what I mean with these pieces of shit that we discussed today that acted out these heinous, fucking atrocious events. They're just the loudest. But there's, for every 10, 15 pieces of shit, there's millions and millions of people who are kind and loving and just want a good life for them and their loved ones, dude. And want a better life and better world for everybody. That's what I mean when I mean like true crime, bro. It's easy. It's easy to be overwhelmed by all this true crime. But what's 200 true crime episodes compared to the 8 billion people in this world? That's my final point for this episode. I know it's been a long episode, cousins, but that's my final say.
Yeah. I fuck with that. What's my final say?
Start boxing.
Start boxing at a local gym. Yeah. Get 20% off.
If you mention Joe Romero from SoulPrimos, get 20% off.
What I would say is like, listen, this is the true crime episode, but this is like a life episode.
Yeah, this is a true life episode.
True life episode. We learn a lot about life. We learn like, look, there's more cases I wanted to share for next episode. If you love this episode, let us know.
I realized like when I was researching these cases, I started realizing the true crime shit that I went through in my life, and I started getting PTSD. I think I have PTSD. I think I have to go to therapy.
Should go to therapy.
I'm not even joking. I think I gotta go to therapy, dude.
Should go to therapy. I think many people need therapy.
Yeah, I think a lot of us need therapy.
I am not one of them.
And I'm not a fucking...
No, I can imagine myself in therapy, but I can also imagine myself not being there.
Yeah, no, I realize that, dude, I really do have PTSD, man. And like, we talked about it in previous episodes where like when people get too close, I get like, I don't like it. I realize it's just like, I just have PTSD from my fucking experiences that I've had in my life, man.
No,
and this has been
PTSD is a real thing, man.
Yeah, and I realize because
we're
my entire life.
Listen, what are we? First generation.
In my entire life, I thought that PTSD was just for war veterans. It was just for Vietnam veterans and Iraq.
You spitting right now, dude.
You know what I mean? That in my entire life, I was like, bro, that's for the people who really deserve PTSD. Like, not deserve, but like really need help. Like our veterans, our military soldiers, Army, Navy that fight for our fucking freedom, they have PTSD. But then I realized, like, no, yeah, they do. They do. They need all the help. Them, yes. But a regular person could also have PTSD by what they experience in their life. And that's where I realized, I was like, oh my God, I think I have PTSD. Because when I see certain people, it flares up with me. When I hear certain words, it flares up with me. When I hear certain songs, it flares up with me. And I become like a rabid animal.
What's your biggest source of PTSD? Let's get real.
When people touch me, I think when strangers touch me, not my loved ones, not my friends. Obviously, like we're hanging. No. Obviously, when we're hanging out, like I put my arm over your shoulder, you put your hand on my shoulder, or like we hug and stuff like that.
Put your hand on my shoulder. Well, let's do this after. Baby. Yes.
When people just touch me or get too close to me, I think that's like when I'm just like, and I feel like that's why people think like I'm like an asshole or anything, because I'm always like, I'm always on edge. You know what I'm saying? If we're talking about true crime, dog, I've fucking seen many people fall. Many people die in front of me at a young age as a little child. And I have nightmares about it. I think my nightmares keep me up at night many nights, I think. Wow. I don't want to talk about this, bro. I don't want to talk about this.
Explain that.
I don't want to talk about this shit.
Get deeper in that.
What do you mean? Do we have time?
Yeah, get deeper in that.
I don't want to talk about this.
Well, listen. I think we all have PTSD in some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
And that's why I've always been talking about like a perspective. That's why I love talking about perspective. That's why I love telling my homies about perspective. Because if I wanted to fucking drown in my own misery, I would think that what I went through is the worst. But then you tell me some shit that you went through. You lived in a rougher neighborhood. If I chose to believe that my shit was more important, I could never be like, oh shit. I could never have like the clarity or the freedom to be like, oh shit, you know, what he went through is worse. Not saying that's minimizing my struggle. I'm just saying like, I should be grateful. I should be grateful because like other people have had it a lot worse.
Yes, bro.
And it's about for me. It's always
perspective is a huge thing for you, and I know that it's a huge thing for you. It's a huge thing for everyone. But I think it shouldn't take away from your personal experience, bro. And this is the simplest way I could break it down for not only you but our primos and cousins out there. It's if I had a broken arm. That shit hurts. It impedes your fucking life until it heals for about 3-4 months. Just a broken arm. And you're just like, fuck. This you could drown in your own misery. Like, fuck, I can't play a sport. I can't edit. I can't shoot. I can't film. And all of a sudden, someone in a wheelchair passes by you that can't walk. Yes, that right there is perspective. Like, oh my God. I'm complaining about my broken arm. And my friend over here is in a wheelchair that can't even walk. That's perspective. It calms you down, right? But does it heal your arm? It doesn't heal your arm. It just calms you down. It makes you realize that this is bearable. This can be fixed. And then you could calmly and be like, okay, the doctor says my arm's gonna be back to work in about a month, and okay, I can get through this. I think that's the goal. Perspective doesn't solutionize and give you a solution for your problems, but it gives you perspective.
I like that you said that because it's not about being like, oh, his problems are worse, so I should shut the fuck up about mine. It's almost like his problems are worse than mine. I would hate to have those problems. I have these problems. Compared, it's things could be worse. I should learn to be fucking just happy with what's going on in my life, because I think as humans, at a certain age, we like to think that our lives are so much worse than everybody else's. And for me, and everybody, I know a lot of people in my age group, a lot of my friends, like they're like, no, what I'm going through is way worse.
Yeah.
You don't get it. And I understand that some people do have it a lot worse. But for me, perspective is such a huge thing because, like, I never, ever, ever, ever anymore. For me, I think with people my age and, my generation, first generation, I think everybody likes to talk down on the parents. Not that they love it, but they love to find a reason to.
Yes.
They love to find a reason to. My parents are this. My parents are this. Oh, you shouldn't fucking do this. You shouldn't be okay with this, and this. Listen, you should cast them out. It doesn't matter they're your parents. You should do this. For me, I think I reached an age where I was like, yeah, father, mother, you guys did all these things that I can technically be like, this is really bad. This is negative. This is terrible. But I think perspective is about understanding where they came from and their position. And for me, everything I have now, even this job where I can travel and work and edit and we can do SoulPrimos. Imagine if my parents didn't do the ultimate sacrifice.
That's what I'm saying. And that's why I love about you as well. You will never say anything bad about your folks.
Yeah.
You never have. We make the joke that your father with the cats.
I want to be like, yeah. I might be like, yeah, he can't stop killing my cats.
But you never have. You never have, and neither will I. Because I yes, there's stuff that I have. We have gripes with.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that when I was 9? When I was 11? Why'd you do that?
Yeah.
But it's never nothing fucking. Like, we've had friends that fucking talk so much shit about their fucking parents.
I have so much
and
friends.
then we have to meet them, and it's just like, I thought you hated them. No, it's my parents. It's just like, shut the fuck up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I agree with you 100%. Like, it's like a perspective. And Bill Burr, Bill Burr he was interviewed once, and he was just like, the interview was like, you used to be such an angry guy. You used to talk so much shit about your parents, but you stopped doing that. Why'd you do that? Was it because you took shrooms? Because you wanted to talk. He wanted Bill Burr to talk about shrooms. He's like, yeah, it was. It was because I took shrooms. And the interview was like, what? Tell me more about it. And Bill Burr was like, well, because I realized I would get so fucking angry now that I was an adult. I would tell my parents, hey, you fucking did this. And they fucked me up. And they were like, what? No, I didn't. What are you talking about? No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you And he said that would make him so fucking angry that they forgot the fucking bullshit that they did to him, which is a normal response. Normal. Everyone's gone through that, right? And he said once he took shrooms, he realized, and maybe he wasn't the shrooms, but he realized that like life for them was different from life for him. So once the shrooms wore off, he realized like, holy shit, when they did this fuck shit to me, they were young and just trying to figure out life. I was 7, and my biggest obstacle was trying to figure out how to beat the next level in the video game. So they were like, I had to punish my son Bill Burr today. The next day, they had to figure out how to pay rent, how to make food, how to get the college fund for my son, while my biggest worry was just to do homework, right? So no wonder as a kid I'm remembering this, but as a parent is like, okay, all right, I punished my kid because he did something wrong. What's next? What next? I have to fucking provide for this little boy.
Yeah.
And that he said that's what made him realize like, oh, that's why they don't remember.
Exactly.
Because it's a little blip for them. It's a little blip for them because their problems was just so much more massive than this little boy. And he said that fixes life, fixes relationship with his parents, fix everything. It also altered how he's gonna raise his child because he just got a child. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's perspective, bro.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like what you just said opened up something in my heart. Should I say it? Nah, I shouldn't say it. I'll just say it. So for so long when I was young, like I said, I was a dumb kid. I always thought my mother didn't care about me. My parents didn't give a shit about me because I had a brother that was sick. He was older than me. He was sick. He's still sick now, but he was always sick. And then like they always like coddled him and put more attention on him, right? So, like growing up, every time me and him would fight all the time, because he would go crazy. And he would attack me, right? And then I would always have to fight back, and I would feel guilty because I know he's crazy, and I would feel terrible, right? And then my parents would always like check up on him first and be like, "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" And I would be like, "What about me? I'm younger. I'm a kid. I'm the one fucking having to deal with this shit, right?" And I always felt like hurt by that shit, especially for my mom. Yeah. My dad would be like, "Fuck, you guys fine? You guys good?" But my mom would go to my brother who was sick, right? For so long, I just felt like, oh, my mom doesn't love me. She doesn't give a fuck about me. And then I think like 2 years ago, one time I think I might have been drunk. I don't think I was drunk, but I remember I was just home and I was just like telling her, like, "Oh, you didn't give a shit about me. You didn't do this. You didn't do that." And I think this is before I came to realization about a lot of things, about family dynamics. But I was telling her, like, dude, you know, you with my brother, every time we fought, you only looked at him. You fucking did this. You didn't do that with me. And then she told me, like, fucking, like, I thought your brother was going to take his life. I thought your brother was going to kill himself. You know, I knew you would be okay, even though you were hurt. I knew you were going to be okay for my brother. I just didn't know if he was going to kill himself. And I remember when she told me that, I just felt like, wow. Like,
it all made sense.
It all made sense.
She was just looking out for her other baby.
For a little baby.
You were going to be okay.
Yeah, she knew I wasn't going to be okay, but she was looking for the baby. And for me, I was just like,
it all fucking clicked because your whole life you're like, why don't she fuck with me?
Why she don't care about me? She don't care about me. That's what I thought. And then when she told me that, like, she cried afterwards. And then, but when she told me that, it kind of just hit me. Like, I didn't even hug her afterwards. I was kind of like, it almost like my life just kind of, every interaction just kind of like, I was analyzing everything, and I was
connecting the pieces.
Yeah, and I was like, oh shit, everything kind of like checks out. Everything kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? So why wouldn't you care? Why wouldn't you look towards your sickest son? Why wouldn't you care after your sick son? You know, and everything was just like, it just felt so overwhelming, and it just made me realize that, you know, it's so easy just to hate. That's why even now, like, I have homies that just like, that just hate on their parents, and I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, you live in a free country, dog. You do whatever you want. She might want you back home. Like, I have a woman friend who her mom is very strict, which I kind of get because she's a woman and her daughter is a woman. Mm-hmm. So I was like, oh, be home at this time. And she's like, well, my brother isn't home at this time. And I get it, it's unfair, but for a man, it's safer. So the mom is not going to be like as worried. So, and then you went to her house before. Okay. Yeah, so that's the same family.
At a party, not just me.
Yeah, family. We were at a party. So, but we know the family I'm talking about. Sweet family. She's amazing. But like, I have some homies that just complain about their mother and their parents just because they're being too strict and they're being too like, they're just being too strict and they care too much and then they complain about how their parents were when they grew up. It's like, and then sometimes they're like, you don't get it, Joel. My mom was this, and that, and I'm like, I don't have the worst experience. But for me, I'm like, at a certain age, I was kind of like, anything my parents did, I'm going to try to erase that. Not for like my own reason, but just like, listen, you hit me, you were abusive, verbally, physically, sometimes here and there. I don't give a shit, dog. You did all you could. You did your best.
Yeah.
And bro, I'm in a fucking my dad built this shit. My dad built this, and then I found my way to doing what I want to do because my dad and my parents made the choice to come here from another country, which is a lot of these people, a lot of people can't even do fucking the most basic shit, get a regular good job, knowing English, knowing the fucking language, being in this country.
Yeah.
A lot of people will settle for the most basic job.
Yeah.
And we have parents that fucking don't know the language, somehow found a job that pays good enough.
Yes, bro. Dog. Bro, that's why I hate when fucking Americans are like, bro, these immigrants are taking my job. Dog.
I'm like, you don't want that job.
If someone that can't speak English is taking your fucking job, you deserve it, bro.
Yeah.
You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You are an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dog, if someone can be brilliant and not know your language, they can be smarter than you without knowing your language. But if someone that doesn't know your language can take your job as an American, dog, you don't deserve that job.
Yeah.
They're more qualified than you, even though they don't know your language.
Yeah, exactly.
Dog, bro, what you were saying with like all your friends say, bro, I had that experience my senior year when everyone was going into their respective colleges. All my friends like, I'm just so glad to get out of my fucking house. My mom and dad are fucking blah, 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 blah. I had to listen to that for like 3 months. Every single time. I was like, dude, I love my parents. I don't want to leave my parents. I wish I got accepted to UCLA, which is like a great university, but it's in the same city. I went, but my grades weren't good enough. My grades were not good enough. And I wish I got accepted to UCLA. I have to fucking go 6-7 hours away. I love my parents. What the fuck? That's when I realized people hated their parents. I'm like, bro, my parents are fucking cool as fuck. I love my fucking parents.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Your fucking parents are cool as fuck too.
Yeah, you met my parents.
Yeah, your dad was just like, hey, I pulled up today. I was like, oh, you have a busy day today. I'm like,
Yeah,
I got all this shit. I was like, yeah. I put everything down. I'm like, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. How weird would it be if I was like the same person? Like some people, like with their parents, they stay the same age they were as they fucking were when they got that trauma.
That's the thing.
We all, as Latinos, we all have fucking trauma.
Well,
from
you know
parents.
not the science, but not to make it vulgar, but you know when a person, boy or girl, gets essayed or molested at a young age, let's say that 8 years old, 9 years old, mentally they stay that age where the trauma happened. You know what I'm saying? And like, let our trauma, bro. If we let that control our life, we would be like fucking 5 years old, both you and me,
dude.
You know what I'm saying? We'd be 6 years old, both of you and me. But I think, I'm not saying we're better than anyone, but like we worked hard. We worked hard for our life.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you guys, and like this has been a long episode, and like I said, we love doing true crime shit. We watch it all the time. If just subscribe and fucking like the channel and fucking do all the things that support us, because you might think that like it's fucking nonsense, but for us building the channel, it kind of means a lot.
It means the world to us. It means the world to us, and yeah, we love and appreciate all our cousins out there, all you guys watching. And if you guys have a case that you want us to talk about, let us know in the comments. And if you have something that you resonated with in this episode, please let us know in the comments or through DMs. Like, it really, not only does it help the channel, but it really helps us as human beings and people. Like when people like DM us or comment like, hey man, I really appreciate you in this part where you talk about that. That means a lot. Like it makes us feel better, and if because we're a community, so we'd really appreciate it if you let us know, right?
Of course, and like I said, if you know of a case, let us know, and then we'll try to get into. Dude, we love doing the true crime shit.
Yeah,
we haven't done it in a long time, but we'll definitely do it again. And then if you recommend a case, we can fucking look into it. We can say it on the next fucking true crime shit. And listen, I don't want to be lame, But we love doing this shit, man.
Bro, we really do love doing this shit. We love providing entertainment for you guys. We love providing just like anywhere from an hour to 4 hours is just, release where you forget your life and stuff like that, and you just enjoy hanging out with us. Like we really do cherish that. We really do cherish that, and I hope that you guys cherish it too, because we hope that we get to do it more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So from the bottom of our hearts, we love you. This has been Joel Romero. This has been
Melvin Diaz.
SoulPrimos. We love y'all.
Don't forget to subscribe. And bye.
Bye.